The stench of death clung to apartment 213 like a malevolent spirit that refused to be exorcised. When Milwaukee police officers crossed that threshold on July 22, 1991, they stepped into a chamber of horrors that would forever alter their understanding of human evil. What they discovered that sweltering summer night wasn't just evidence of murder. It was a grotesque museum of depravity, carefully curated by a man whose name would become synonymous with the absolute depths of human monstrosity. Jeffrey Lionel Dahmer had transformed his modest one-bedroom apartment into something far more sinister than any fictional nightmare could conjure. The refrigerator hummed ominously, concealing secrets that would make seasoned homicide detectives vomit in the hallway. The freezer held treasures that defied comprehension. And scattered throughout this house of horrors were the remains of 17 young men whose lives had been brutally extinguished by a killer whose appetite for destruction seemed insatiable. This is the story of how one man's twisted fantasies manifested into a 13-year killing spree that terrorized Milwaukee, claimed 17 lives, and exposed the darkest recesses of the human psyche. This is the story of Jeffrey Dahmer, the Milwaukee monster who didn't just kill his victims, but consumed them in ways that challenge our very understanding of evil itself. Welcome to Crime Headquarters. I know many of you enjoy these stories to unwind and drift off to sleep, and tonight, you're in for something truly chilling and tragic. We'll be telling 5 different true crime stories in this video, each one more haunting than the last. So, get cozy, whether you're in bed or somewhere comfortable, and let go of the day. Before you let your mind drift off, take a moment to subscribe, like, share, and comment. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Also, feel free to tell us where you're watching from and what time it is in your corner of the world. Now, take a deep breath, relax, and get ready. This is the story of the Milwaukee Monster. Milwaukee's Oxford Apartments stood like a weathered sentinel against the industrial skyline, its brick facade hiding secrets that would soon shock the world. But long before apartment 213 became a crime scene that would haunt investigators for decades, the seeds of monstrous evil were already germinating in the mind of a seemingly ordinary boy from small-town Wisconsin. Jeffrey Lionel Dahmer entered the world on May 21, 1960, in Milwaukee's Evangelical Deaconess Hospital. His birth appeared unremarkable, a healthy baby boy welcomed by parents Lionel and Joyce Dahmer. Yet even from his earliest years, something fundamental was missing from Jeffrey's emotional architecture, something that would prove catastrophic as he matured into adolescence and beyond. The Dahmer household was a battlefield of tension and dysfunction. Joyce Dahmer battled severe depression and anxiety, often retreating into prescription medication that left her emotionally unavailable to her firstborn son. Lionel, a chemistry student who would later become a research chemist, threw himself into his studies and work, leaving young Jeffrey adrift in an ocean of neglect and emotional void. By age 4, Jeffrey had undergone hernia surgery, an experience that seemed to trigger a profound change in his personality. Where once stood a bright, engaged child, there now emerged a withdrawn, increasingly isolated boy who seemed to view the world through a lens of detachment that was deeply unsettling to those who knew him well. The families moved to Akron, Ohio, when Jeffrey was 6 years old, only intensified his growing alienation. The new environment failed to provide the stability he desperately needed. Instead, he found solace in activities that would later seem prophetic in their darkness. He became fascinated with roadkill, collecting the carcasses of dead animals and examining their decomposing remains with a clinical detachment that disturbed his parents. His father Lionel would later recall finding Jeffrey in their backyard, carefully dissecting a dead dog with surgical precision. When confronted, the boy showed no emotion, no remorse, only a cold curiosity about the internal workings of death. This macabre hobby escalated when Jeffrey began conducting crude experiments, dissolving animal remains in acid and bleach, learning through trial and error how flesh and bone could be reduced to nothing. The laboratory of death that Jeffrey would later create in his Milwaukee apartment had its genesis in these childhood experiments. He was teaching himself the fundamentals of decomposition, unknowingly preparing for crimes that wouldn't manifest for another decade. School became another theater of Jeffrey's growing dysfunction. Teachers described him as intelligent but emotionally distant, a boy who seemed to exist in a parallel universe where normal social connections simply didn't register. He struggled to form friendships, often resorting to bizarre attention-seeking behavior that alienated his peers further. By high school, Jeffrey's behavior had taken on an even more disturbing quality. He began drinking heavily, consuming alcohol before and during school hours in a desperate attempt to numb whatever emotional turmoil raged within him. His grades plummeted, his behavior became increasingly erratic, and his parents' marriage continued its downward spiral toward inevitable divorce. The dissolution of his parents' marriage in 1978 seemed to serve as a catalyst for Jeffrey's complete psychological unraveling. Left alone in the family home while his parents battled over custody of his younger brother David, 18-year-old Jeffrey found himself completely isolated, with no emotional anchor to prevent his descent into the abyss of homicidal fantasy. It was during this period of complete abandonment that Jeffrey's fantasies began to crystallize into something far more dangerous. He had spent years nurturing violent sexual fantasies involving domination, control, and death. Now, with no supervision and no emotional support system, these fantasies began demanding actualization. The transition from fantasy to reality would require a victim, someone vulnerable, someone who wouldn't be immediately missed, someone whose disappearance wouldn't immediately trigger a massive police investigation. Jeffrey's predatory instincts, honed through years of emotional isolation and sexual confusion, began scanning his environment for the perfect target. He found that target on June 18, 1978, in the form of Stephen Hicks, an 18-year-old hitchhiker whom Jeffrey encountered on his way to a rock concert. Hicks was everything Jeffrey's sick mind found appealing. Young, attractive, trusting, and completely unaware of the monster who had just offered him a ride. Jeffrey lured Hicks to his family home with promises of alcohol and companionship. For several hours, they drank beer and engaged in conversation that seemed relatively normal. But when Hicks announced his intention to leave, Jeffrey's carefully constructed facade crumbled. The prospect of abandonment, the one trigger that seemed to activate his most violent impulses, transformed him from a lonely teenager into a cold-blooded killer. The murder of Stephen Hicks was brutal in its simplicity. Jeffrey struck him with a 10-pound dumbbell, crushing his skull and ending his life in a moment of explosive violence that would haunt Milwaukee for the next 13 years. But the killing itself was only the beginning. What Jeffrey did next revealed the true depth of his depravity and provided a blueprint for the horrors that would follow. Rather than panic or feel remorse, Jeffrey experienced something entirely different: satisfaction. The act of murder had fulfilled a need that years of fantasy had only intensified. He had achieved the ultimate form of control, the permanent possession of another human being. And he wanted more. Jeffrey spent the next several hours dismembering Hicks' body with the same clinical detachment he had once applied to roadkill. He packed the remains into garbage bags and initially attempted to dispose of them at a local dump. When that plan failed, he returned home and completed the disposal process using methods he had perfected during his childhood experiments with animal remains. The successful murder and disposal of Stephen Hicks should have satisfied Jeffrey's homicidal urges. Instead, it had the opposite effect. He had crossed a line that could never be uncrossed, and the experience had awakened something within him that demanded repetition. The 13-year killing spree that would terrorize Milwaukee had officially begun. But Jeffrey's evolution from isolated teenager to serial killer wouldn't happen overnight. The murder of Stephen Hicks was followed by a 9-year cooling-off period during which Jeffrey attempted to integrate into normal society. He enrolled in Ohio State University, where his alcoholism and erratic behavior quickly led to academic failure. A brief stint in the U.S. Army ended in discharge due to his drinking problem. Various attempts at employment and relationships all ended in failure as Jeffrey's inability to form normal human connections became increasingly apparent. Throughout this period, Jeffrey's fantasies continued to evolve and intensify. The memory of killing Stephen Hicks provided a template that his mind refined and elaborated upon during years of sexual fantasy and psychological masturbation. He wasn't just dreaming about murder, he was perfecting his methodology, developing the skills and knowledge that would later make him one of America's most efficient serial killers. The years between 1978 and 1987 represented a crucial developmental period in Jeffrey's transformation from opportunistic killer to systematic predator. He was learning patience, developing his ability to identify and manipulate potential victims, and most importantly, refining his disposal methods to ensure that his crimes would go undetected for as long as possible. When Jeffrey finally claimed his second victim in 1987, he was no longer the impulsive teenager who had killed Stephen Hicks in a moment of rage and abandonment. He had become something far more dangerous, a calculated predator whose crimes would be characterized by a level of premeditation and brutality that defied comprehension. The 9-year gap between his first and second murders represented the calm before the storm. Jeffrey had spent nearly a decade perfecting his craft, and when he finally resumed killing, the results would be catastrophic for the young men of Milwaukee who had the misfortune to cross his path. The Ambassador Hotel stood like a decaying monument to better times, its faded grandeur masking the desperation that permeated its halls in 1987. For Jeffrey Dahmer, now 27 years old and working at the Ambrosia Chocolate Company, this seedy establishment represented the perfect hunting ground for his renewed killing spree. The hotel's clientele consisted largely of young men seeking anonymous encounters, making it an ideal location for a predator who had spent 9 years perfecting his methods of murder and disposal. Jeffrey's second victim was Stephen Twomey, a 25-year-old whose life would end in room 507 of the Ambassador Hotel on November 20th, 1987. Unlike the impulsive murder of Stephen Hicks nearly a decade earlier, Twomey's death marked Jeffrey's evolution into a methodical killer whose crimes would be characterized by increasing levels of depravity and sophistication. Jeffrey's approach to Twomey revealed the predatory skills he had developed during his years of restraint. He presented himself as just another lonely man seeking companionship, using his seemingly harmless appearance and quiet demeanor to disarm potential victims. Twomey, like so many who would follow, had no reason to suspect that the man buying him drinks was actually calculating the precise moment when vulnerability would provide the perfect opportunity for murder. The killing itself took place after both men had consumed significant amounts of alcohol. Jeffrey would later claim that he awoke to find Twomey dead, with no memory of the actual murder. This convenient amnesia became a recurring theme in Jeffrey's confessions, allowing him to distance himself psychologically from the actual moments of violence while still claiming responsibility for the deaths. But what Jeffrey did after discovering Twomey's body revealed the true extent of his psychological transformation. Rather than panic or summon help, he calmly purchased a large suitcase and spent several hours dismembering the corpse in the hotel bathroom. The methodical nature of this process demonstrated that Jeffrey had not only overcome any natural revulsion to such acts, but had actually developed a systematic approach to body disposal that minimized the risk of detection. Jeffrey transported Twomey's remains to his grandmother's basement, where he had been living since his return from the army. The basement became his primary disposal site, a place where he could work without interruption to reduce human remains to manageable components. He had transformed his grandmother's home into an extension of his killing apparatus, though she remained completely unaware of the horrors being perpetrated just floors below her living space. The successful murder and disposal of Stephen Twomey marked the beginning of Jeffrey's most prolific killing period. The 9-year gap between his first and second murders had ended, and what followed was a relentless series of killings that would claim 15 more lives over the next 4 years. His third victim was Jamie Dockstader, a 14-year-old Native American boy whose youth and vulnerability made him an ideal target for Jeffrey's predatory instincts. Jeffrey approached Dockstader outside a gay club, using the same combination of alcohol and false friendship that had proven effective with Twomey. The boy's murder in January 1988 demonstrated Jeffrey's willingness to target increasingly vulnerable victims, including minors whose disappearances might attract less police attention than those of adults with established social networks. The killing of Dockstader was followed by the murder of Richard Guerrero in March 1988. Guerrero, a 22-year-old who had been seeking companionship at a local gay bar, became Jeffrey's fourth victim when he accepted an invitation to Jeffrey's grandmother's home. His death followed the same pattern that Jeffrey was perfecting: drugging, strangulation, and dismemberment, followed by disposal methods that left virtually no trace of the victim's existence. Jeffrey's grandmother began noticing strange odors emanating from the basement, along with sounds that she couldn't quite identify. Her complaints about these disturbances eventually forced Jeffrey to move out of her home, but not before he had claimed one more victim in her basement. Anthony Sears, a 26-year-old aspiring model, was murdered in March 1989, becoming the fifth young man to die at Jeffrey's hands. The forced relocation from his grandmother's basement represented a significant operational challenge for Jeffrey. He needed a new location where he could continue his killing spree without detection, somewhere that would provide both the privacy necessary for murder and the facilities required for body disposal. His solution was apartment 213 at the Oxford Apartments, a one-bedroom unit that would become synonymous with some of the most horrific crimes in American history. The Oxford Apartments were located in a predominantly African-American neighborhood on Milwaukee's west side. The building's residents were largely working-class individuals and families, people who minded their own business and weren't particularly interested in their neighbors' activities. For Jeffrey, this represented the perfect environment for escalating his criminal activities without interference from curious or suspicious residents. Jeffrey's first murder at the Oxford Apartments involved Raymond Smith, a 32-year-old whom he encountered at a local gay club in May 1990. Smith's death marked a significant escalation in Jeffrey's methods, as he began experimenting with techniques designed to create compliant, zombie-like victims who could satisfy his sexual needs without the risk of resistance or escape attempts. Jeffrey had become obsessed with the idea of creating living victims who would be completely under his control. He began drilling holes in his victims' skulls and injecting various substances into their brains in attempts to create lobotomized slaves who would exist solely for his pleasure. These experiments, conducted on both living and recently deceased victims, represented a level of depravity that transcended simple murder and entered the realm of systematic torture and experimentation. Edward Smith became Jeffrey's seventh victim in June 1990, followed by Ernest Miller in September of the same year. Miller's murder was particularly significant because it marked the beginning of Jeffrey's cannibalistic activities. Not content with simply killing and dismembering his victims, Jeffrey began consuming their flesh in ritualistic acts that satisfied psychological needs even more twisted than his homicidal urges. The consumption of human flesh provided Jeffrey with a form of possession that even murder couldn't achieve. By literally incorporating his victims into his own body, he believed he was achieving a level of unity and control that would satisfy his deepest psychological needs. This cannibalistic behavior would become an increasingly prominent feature of his crimes as his killing spree continued. David Thomas, a 23-year-old whose life ended in Jeffrey's apartment in September 1990, became the ninth victim of what Milwaukee police would later recognize as one of the most prolific serial killers in American history. Thomas's murder was followed by the deaths of Curtis Straughter in February 1991, Errol Lindsay in April 1991, and Anthony Hughes in May 1991. Each murder refined Jeffrey's techniques while simultaneously satisfying his escalating need for control and possession. He had developed a systematic approach that began with victim selection at local gay clubs and bars, continued with the luring of victims to his apartment through promises of money, alcohol, or companionship, and culminated in drugging, murder, dismemberment, and partial consumption of the remains. Jeffrey's apartment had become a carefully organized killing factory where every aspect of the murder and disposal process had been optimized for efficiency and concealment. He had installed additional locks on his door to prevent victims from escaping, soundproofed certain areas to muffle screams and other sounds, and arranged his furniture to facilitate the restraint and torture of victims who might regain consciousness during his experiments. The refrigerator and freezer in apartment 213 served as storage facilities for body parts that Jeffrey planned to consume over time. He had developed preferences for certain organs and had established routines for preparing and consuming human flesh that provided him with both sustenance and psychological satisfaction. The kitchen had become an extension of his killing apparatus, equipped with tools and chemicals necessary for both murder and cannibalism. By the spring of 1991, Jeffrey was killing with increasing frequency and decreasing concern for detection. The success of his disposal methods had made him confident that he could continue his crimes indefinitely without police interference. Conorak Synthesumphone, a 14-year-old Laotian boy, became Jeffrey's 13th victim in May 1991, but his murder nearly resulted in Jeffrey's capture when the boy briefly escaped and was discovered by concerned citizens who called police. The synthesumphone incident revealed both Jeffrey's extraordinary ability to manipulate authorities and the systemic failures that allowed his crimes to continue undetected for so long. When police arrived to investigate reports of a disoriented, naked boy wandering the streets, Jeffrey convinced them that synthesumphone was his 19-year-old boyfriend who had simply had too much to drink. The officers, apparently accepting Jeffrey's explanation without conducting any meaningful investigation, actually assisted in returning the boy to apartment 213, where he was murdered shortly after their departure. This near miss with law enforcement should have served as a warning for Jeffrey to curtail his activities or at least exercise greater caution. Instead, it seemed to reinforce his belief that he was essentially invulnerable to detection. The successful manipulation of police officers provided him with a sense of confidence that bordered on invincibility, leading to even more reckless behavior in the final months of his killing spree. Matt Turner became Jeffrey's 14th victim in June 1991, followed by Jeremiah Weinberger in July. Both murders followed Jeffrey's established pattern, but with increasing levels of violence and post-mortem desecration as his psychological needs continued to evolve. The apartment had become so contaminated with the evidence of multiple murders that the stench of death permeated every surface. Yet Jeffrey's neighbors remained either unaware or unwilling to report their suspicions to authorities. Oliver Lacey, Jeffrey's 15th victim, was murdered in July 1991 after being lured to the apartment with promises of money for photographs. Lacey's death was followed by that of Joseph Braidhoft in July 1991, bringing Jeffrey's total victim count to 16 young men whose lives had been brutally extinguished to satisfy one man's twisted psychological needs. By the summer of 1991, apartment 213 had become a charnel house that defied description. Every room contained evidence of multiple murders, dismemberments, and cannibalistic activities. The refrigerator held human heads and organs, the freezer contained additional body parts, and acid-filled containers held dissolving remains that Jeffrey was in the process of disposing. The bedroom had been converted into a torture chamber where victims were restrained, drugged, and subjected to horrific experiments before being murdered. Jeffrey's confidence in his ability to continue these crimes indefinitely was about to be shattered by an act of unexpected resistance from his 17th and final intended victim. Tracy Edwards would prove to be the survivor whose escape would finally expose the full extent of Jeffrey Dahmer's reign of terror and bring an end to one of the most horrific killing sprees in American criminal history. July 22, 1991, began like countless other sweltering summer nights in Milwaukee, but it would end with the exposure of horrors so profound that they would forever alter the city's psyche and challenge law enforcement's understanding of human evil. Tracy Edwards, a 32-year-old who had agreed to accompany Jeffrey Dahmer to his apartment for what he believed would be a few drinks and some easy money, had no idea that he was walking into a meticulously organized chamber of death. Edwards later described the overwhelming stench that assaulted his senses the moment Jeffrey opened the door to apartment 213. It was a smell unlike anything he had ever encountered, a suffocating mixture of decay, chemicals, and something indefinably wrong that seemed to permeate every molecule of air within the cramped living space. The odor was so powerful that Edwards instinctively wanted to leave, but Jeffrey's friendly demeanor and promises of alcohol convinced him to stay. The apartment itself appeared deceptively normal at first glance. Jeffrey had arranged the furniture to create the illusion of a typical bachelor pad, complete with a modest entertainment center, basic kitchen appliances, and what appeared to be standard bedroom furniture. But closer inspection revealed subtle anomalies that hinted at the apartment's true purpose. Additional locks on the front door, unusual chemical odors emanating from the kitchen, and a persistent humming sound from appliances that seemed to be working overtime. Jeffrey's behavior during the first few minutes of Edwards' visit followed his established pattern of victim manipulation. He offered alcohol, engaged in seemingly normal conversation, and gradually increased the amount of drugs he was surreptitiously adding to Edwards' drinks. This methodical approach to victim incapacitation had proven effective with 16 previous victims, and Jeffrey had no reason to believe that Edwards would prove any different. But Edwards possessed survival instincts that had been sharpened by years of street experience. As Jeffrey's behavior became increasingly erratic and the apartment's strange odors grew more pronounced, Edwards began to sense that he was in mortal danger. When Jeffrey produced a pair of handcuffs and attempted to restrain him, Edwards realized that his life depended on immediate action. The struggle that followed was brief but decisive. Edwards managed to strike Jeffrey in the head with sufficient force to temporarily stun him, creating the opportunity he needed to escape. Still wearing one handcuff, Edwards burst through the apartment door and ran into the Milwaukee night, screaming for help from anyone who would listen. Two Milwaukee police officers, Robert Roth and Rolf Mueller, were patrolling the neighborhood when they encountered Edwards running down the street in obvious distress. His story seemed almost too bizarre to believe. A man had tried to drug and handcuff him in an apartment that smelled like death and contained what appeared to be human remains. The officers might have dismissed Edwards' claims as the product of drug-induced paranoia, but the handcuff still attached to his wrist provided tangible evidence that something significant had occurred. The decision to investigate Edwards' claims would prove to be one of the most consequential moments in Milwaukee police history. When officers Roth and Mueller accompanied Edwards back to apartment 213, they were about to discover a crime scene so horrific that it would haunt them for the rest of their careers. Jeffrey answered the door with the calm demeanor that had served him so well during his years of killing. He attempted to convince the officers that Edwards was simply an intoxicated friend who had overreacted to a minor domestic dispute. This explanation might have been accepted, given Jeffrey's seemingly normal appearance and the officers' limited knowledge of the situation, but Edwards' insistence that the apartment contained human remains prompted a more thorough investigation. Officer Mueller's request to examine Jeffrey's bedroom for evidence of the alleged handcuff key marked the moment when Jeffrey's carefully constructed facade began to crumble. The bedroom, which Jeffrey had desperately hoped to keep sealed from outside scrutiny, contained evidence so overwhelming that no amount of manipulation or explanation could account for its presence. The first thing Mueller noticed was a collection of Polaroid photographs scattered across Jeffrey's dresser and nightstand. These weren't ordinary photographs. They were a meticulous documentation of murder, dismemberment, and necrophilia that provided a visual record of Jeffrey's crimes spanning several years. The images depicted various stages of victim processing, from initial restraint and torture through dismemberment and disposal, creating a photographic catalog of horrors that defied comprehension. But the photographs were only the beginning. Mueller's cursory examination of the bedroom revealed human skulls carefully cleaned and displayed like trophies, along with other body parts that had been preserved through various chemical processes. The bed itself bore stains that were clearly biological in origin, and the overall arrangement of the room suggested that it served as both a torture chamber and a shrine to Jeffrey's murderous activities. The discovery of obvious human remains in Jeffrey's bedroom marked the point of no return. Officers Roth and Mueller immediately called for backup and began securing the crime scene, while Jeffrey was placed under arrest for what would soon prove to be one of the most extensive serial killing sprees in American history. The initial search of apartment 213 revealed horrors that exceeded even the most experienced investigators' capacity for shock. The refrigerator contained 4 severed heads in various stages of decomposition, along with other organs that Jeffrey had been saving for future consumption. The freezer held additional body parts, including a complete torso that had been carefully wrapped and preserved for later use. Throughout the apartment, investigators discovered evidence of systematic torture, murder, and cannibalism that painted a picture of depravity so complete that it challenged their understanding of human psychology. Jeffrey had not simply been killing his victims. He had been conducting elaborate rituals of domination, consumption, and preservation that satisfied psychological needs far beyond simple homicidal urges. The kitchen had been converted into a processing facility for human remains, complete with specialized tools for dismemberment and chemical baths for dissolving flesh and bone. Jeffrey had developed increasingly sophisticated methods for preparing human flesh for consumption, including marinades and cooking techniques that he had perfected through years of cannibalistic experimentation. The bathroom contained a 57-gallon drum filled with acid and dissolving human remains, along with various containers holding body parts in different stages of decomposition. Jeffrey had been using hydrochloric acid and other chemicals to dispose of evidence while simultaneously creating preserved trophies from his victims' remains. Perhaps most disturbing of all were the attempts at amateur taxidermy scattered throughout the apartment. Jeffrey had been experimenting with techniques for preserving entire heads and other body parts, creating a macabre collection of human specimens that he displayed like hunting trophies. These preservation attempts revealed not just his desire to possess his victims permanently, but also his evolution from simple killer to something approaching a collector of human specimens. The bedroom shrine represented the culmination of Jeffrey's psychological journey from isolated teenager to systematic predator. He had arranged his victims' remains in configurations that held specific meaning for him, creating a private museum of death that satisfied his need for permanent possession and control. The photographs that had first alerted Officer Mueller to the apartment's true nature were just the most visible component of an extensive documentation system that Jeffrey had developed to preserve memories of his crimes. As investigators continued their examination of apartment 213, the full scope of Jeffrey's activities became increasingly clear. He had not been content with simple murder, but had instead created an elaborate system for processing human beings like livestock, extracting from them everything that could satisfy his various psychological and physical appetites. The discovery of drilling equipment and injection syringes revealed Jeffrey's experiments in creating living zombies through crude lobotomy procedures. Several victims had been subjected to these attempts at mind control, suffering unimaginable agony as Jeffrey attempted to reduce them to compliant sexual slaves who would exist solely for his pleasure. Chemical analysis of substances found throughout the apartment revealed Jeffrey's sophisticated understanding of decomposition and preservation processes. He had been using various acids, bases, and other chemicals not just for disposal but also for creating preserved specimens that could be maintained indefinitely as trophies of his crimes. The apartment's ventilation system had been modified to accommodate the extraordinary odors generated by Jeffrey's activities. He had installed additional fans and air freshening systems in attempts to mask the smell of death and decay that permeated every surface of his living space. Personal items belonging to numerous victims were discovered throughout the apartment, carefully organized and preserved as mementos of successful kills. Jeffrey had been keeping jewelry, identification documents, and other personal effects as trophies, creating a collection that served as both reminder and inspiration for future crimes. The investigation of apartment 213 would ultimately reveal evidence linking Jeffrey to 17 murders. Though investigators suspected that the actual victim count might be higher, the methodical nature of his crimes and the sophistication of his disposal methods suggested that he had been active for far longer than the physical evidence could definitively prove. The psychological impact of investigating apartment 213 was so severe that several officers and forensic technicians required counseling to cope with what they had witnessed. The crime scene represented a level of human depravity that challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of evil and the limits of human behavior. As news of the discovery spread throughout Milwaukee and beyond, the city struggled to comprehend how such horrors could have been perpetrated in an ordinary apartment building for years without detection. The investigation would reveal systemic failures in law enforcement, social services, and community oversight that had allowed Jeffrey's crimes to continue unabated for over a decade. The house of horrors that was apartment 213 would become a symbol of human evil's capacity to hide in plain sight, thriving in environments where isolation and indifference created perfect conditions for predatory behavior to flourish unchecked. The arrest of Jeffrey Dahmer on July 22, 1991, sent shockwaves through Milwaukee and beyond as the full scope of his crimes began to emerge from the forensic analysis of apartment 213. What investigators initially believed might be a case involving 2 or 3 victims quickly expanded into one of the most extensive serial killing sprees in American history, with evidence pointing to 17 confirmed murders and the possibility of additional victims whose remains might never be recovered. The Milwaukee Police Department found itself thrust into an investigation unlike anything in the city's history. The sheer volume of physical evidence recovered from Jeffrey's apartment required resources and expertise that stretched the department's capabilities to their limits. Human remains in various states of decomposition, chemical processing equipment, photographic documentation of crimes, and personal effects belonging to numerous victims created an evidentiary puzzle of staggering complexity. Detective Patrick Kennedy, assigned as lead investigator on the case, would later describe the investigation as the most challenging and psychologically demanding of his career. The methodical examination of evidence from apartment 213 revealed not just the mechanics of Jeffrey's crimes, but also the evolution of his methods over more than a decade of killing. Each piece of evidence told a story of escalating depravity that challenged investigators' ability to maintain their professional objectivity. The identification of victims proved particularly difficult due to Jeffrey's sophisticated disposal methods. Many of the remains had been chemically processed to the point where traditional identification techniques were impossible. Forensic experts were forced to rely on dental records, unique physical characteristics, and personal effects to establish victim identities, a process that took months to complete and left several victims unidentified even after exhaustive analysis. As victim identifications proceeded, the human cost of Jeffrey's crimes became increasingly apparent. 17 young men, ranging in age from 14 to 32, had disappeared from Milwaukee's streets over the previous 4 years. Most were members of minority communities whose disappearances had failed to generate significant police attention or media coverage. A tragic oversight that allowed Jeffrey's killing spree to continue undetected for far longer than should have been possible. The families of Jeffrey's victims were forced to confront not just the loss of their loved ones, but also the horrific manner of their deaths. Learning that sons, brothers, and friends had been murdered, dismembered, and partially consumed created psychological trauma that extended far beyond the immediate families to entire communities. The African American and Latino neighborhoods where most victims lived struggled to process the revelation that a predator had been systematically targeting their young men for years. Jeffrey's confession process began almost immediately after his arrest, as he seemed eager to discuss his crimes in unprecedented detail. Unlike many serial killers who minimize their actions or claim innocence, Jeffrey provided investigators with comprehensive accounts of his murders that included motivations, methods, and disposal techniques. His willingness to confess appeared driven less by remorse than by a psychological need to finally share the secrets he had been carrying for over a decade. The confessions revealed the calculated nature of Jeffrey's victim selection and murder methods. He had developed specific criteria for identifying potential victims, targeting young men who were isolated from family support systems and whose disappearances were unlikely to trigger immediate police investigations. His approaches were carefully crafted to exploit victims' vulnerabilities while minimizing his own risk of detection. Jeffrey's detailed descriptions of his crimes provided investigators with insights into the psychology of serial murder that would prove invaluable for future cases. His accounts of the planning, execution, and aftermath of each killing revealed the systematic nature of his criminal behavior and the sophisticated techniques he had developed for avoiding detection. These confessions would later become crucial resources for law enforcement training and criminal profiling efforts. The legal proceedings against Jeffrey Dahmer began in earnest in early 1992, as prosecutors prepared one of the most complex criminal cases in Wisconsin history. The overwhelming nature of the evidence created both opportunities and challenges for the prosecution team, who faced the unusual situation of having a defendant who admitted guilt, but whose crimes were so extreme that establishing legal sanity became the primary focus of the trial. Jeffrey's defense team, led by attorney Gerald Boyle, faced the seemingly impossible task of mounting a defense for crimes that their client had already confessed to in exhaustive detail. Their strategy focused on establishing that Jeffrey suffered from mental illness so severe that he could not be held legally responsible for his actions. This approach required presenting evidence of Jeffrey's psychological disorders while simultaneously acknowledging the horrific nature of his crimes. The insanity defense in Jeffrey's case centered on the argument that his actions were the product of severe mental illness rather than criminal intent. Defense experts testified about Jeffrey's history of psychological problems, his inability to form normal human relationships, and the compulsive nature of his criminal behavior. They argued that his crimes were symptoms of profound mental disorder rather than the calculated actions of a rational criminal mind. Prosecution experts countered with evidence that Jeffrey's crimes demonstrated clear premeditation, planning, and awareness of their wrongfulness. They pointed to his sophisticated disposal methods, his ability to evade detection for over a decade, and his careful victim selection as proof that he possessed the mental capacity necessary for legal responsibility. The prosecution argued that Jeffrey's psychological disorders might explain his crimes, but did not excuse them under Wisconsin law. The trial itself became a media sensation that captivated national attention and forced American society to confront the reality of serial murder in ways that previous cases had not achieved. The graphic nature of the evidence, combined with Jeffrey's detailed confessions, created a public fascination that bordered on obsession. News coverage of the trial provided unprecedented insights into the mind of a serial killer, while simultaneously raising questions about the media's role in sensationalizing extreme violence. Victim impact statements delivered during the trial's penalty phase provided powerful testimony about the human cost of Jeffrey's crimes. Family members described not just their grief over losing loved ones, but also their struggle to cope with the horrific manner of those deaths. These statements served as crucial reminders that Jeffrey's victims were not abstract statistics, but real people whose lives had been brutally extinguished to satisfy one man's twisted psychological needs. The jury's verdict, delivered on February 15, 1992, found Jeffrey legally sane and guilty on 15 counts of murder. Wisconsin law prevented prosecution for the Stephen Hicks murder, which occurred in Ohio. The conviction carried a mandatory sentence of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Wisconsin had no death penalty, preventing the ultimate punishment that many believed Jeffrey's crimes deserved. Jeffrey's transfer to the Columbia Correctional Institution marked the beginning of a new phase in his story, as he attempted to adjust to life in maximum security prison while continuing to generate public fascination and media attention. His prison interviews provided additional insights into his psychological state and motivations, while also revealing his struggle to understand his own actions and their devastating impact on countless lives. Prison life presented Jeffrey with challenges that his years of solitary killing had not prepared him to face. Surrounded by other inmates who viewed his crimes with a mixture of fascination and revulsion, he found himself occupying a unique position in the prison hierarchy. Even among hardened criminals, Jeffrey's cannibalistic activities and sexual violence against young men marked him as something beyond the normal boundaries of criminal behavior. The prison administration was forced to implement extraordinary security measures to protect Jeffrey from other inmates who might view his murder as a form of vigilante justice. Death threats arrived regularly, both from fellow prisoners and from members of the public who believed that Jeffrey's continued existence was an affront to his victims' memories. These security concerns required constant vigilance from corrections officers and created tensions that would ultimately prove prophetic. During his incarceration, Jeffrey participated in numerous interviews with psychiatrists, criminologists, and journalists who sought to understand the psychological mechanisms that had driven his killing spree. These conversations provided unprecedented insights into the mind of a serial killer, revealing the complex interplay of childhood trauma, sexual dysfunction, and psychological disorder that had culminated in such extreme criminal behavior. Dr. Park Dietz, a forensic psychiatrist who conducted extensive interviews with Jeffrey, described him as one of the most psychologically complex individuals he had ever encountered. Jeffrey's ability to articulate his motivations and methods in clinical detail, combined with his apparent lack of conventional empathy, created a psychological profile that challenged existing understanding of serial killer behavior patterns. Jeffrey's prison writings and recorded statements revealed his ongoing struggle to comprehend the magnitude of his crimes and their impact on victims' families. While he expressed what appeared to be genuine remorse for his actions, psychological experts debated whether these statements reflected authentic emotional growth or simply represented another form of manipulation designed to generate sympathy and attention. The families of Jeffrey's victims remained divided in their attitudes toward his imprisonment and public statements. Some found a measure of closure in knowing that he could never kill again, while others were tormented by his continued existence and the media attention that his case continued to generate. The ongoing publicity surrounding Jeffrey's case created additional trauma for families who were struggling to rebuild their lives in the aftermath of unimaginable loss. Religious conversion became a significant theme in Jeffrey's prison experience, as he claimed to have found Christianity and expressed desire for redemption through faith. This conversion was met with skepticism by many observers who questioned whether such a profound psychological transformation was possible for someone who had committed such extreme acts of violence. Prison chaplains who worked with Jeffrey reported that his engagement with religious materials appeared genuine, though they acknowledged the difficulty of assessing authentic spiritual change in someone with his psychological profile. The question of Jeffrey's ultimate fate was resolved on November 28, 1994, when fellow inmate Christopher Scarver attacked him with a metal bar in the prison gymnasium. Jeffrey died from his injuries shortly after the attack, bringing an end to his life but not to the fascination and horror that his crimes had generated in American society. Scarver's motivation for killing Jeffrey remains somewhat unclear, though he later claimed that Jeffrey's habit of fashioning his food into body parts and leaving fake severed limbs around the prison had deeply disturbed him. The murder occurred during a brief period when Jeffrey was left unsupervised with other inmates, a security lapse that critics argued was either grossly negligent or deliberately orchestrated to allow vigilante justice to proceed. Jeffrey's death eliminated the possibility that he might eventually reveal additional information about his crimes or provide further insights into his psychological state. Many investigators believed that he had committed murders beyond the 17 for which he had been convicted, and his death ensured that these potential crimes would remain forever unsolved. The immediate aftermath of Jeffrey's death was marked by conflicting reactions from victims' families, law enforcement officials, and the general public. Some family members expressed relief that Jeffrey could no longer cause additional pain through interviews or legal proceedings, while others felt cheated of the opportunity to eventually confront him directly about his crimes. The investigation into Jeffrey's death revealed systemic failures in prison security that had allowed the attack to occur. Critics argued that corrections officials had either deliberately facilitated Jeffrey's murder or had been criminally negligent in their duty to protect him from other inmates. The controversy surrounding his death added another layer of complexity to an already convoluted case. Jeffrey's death marked the end of his direct impact on the world, but the legacy of his crimes continued to reverberate through American society in ways that extended far beyond the immediate trauma inflicted on victims and their families. His case became a touchstone for discussions about mental illness, criminal responsibility, law enforcement effectiveness, and the nature of evil itself. The systemic failures that had allowed Jeffrey's killing spree to continue undetected for so long prompted significant reforms in police procedures, victim advocacy programs, and community outreach efforts. Milwaukee police implemented new protocols for investigating missing persons cases, particularly those involving members of minority communities whose disappearances had historically received inadequate attention. The case also highlighted the need for improved coordination between law enforcement agencies, as Jeffrey's mobility between Wisconsin and Ohio had complicated efforts to identify patterns in his criminal behavior. Interstate communication systems were strengthened to ensure that similar cases would not fall through jurisdictional cracks in the future. Mental health professionals used Jeffrey's case as a catalyst for research into the development of extreme antisocial behavior and the potential for early intervention in cases involving similar psychological profiles. His detailed confessions and psychological evaluations provided valuable data for understanding the progression from fantasy to action in serial killer development. The media coverage of Jeffrey's crimes and trial raised important questions about the responsible reporting of extreme violence and its impact on public safety and social stability. Critics argued that the sensationalistic coverage of his case had inadvertently created a template for other potential killers seeking similar notoriety and attention. Educational institutions incorporated Jeffrey's case into curricula for criminal justice, psychology, and social work programs, using his crimes as a case study for understanding the complex factors that contribute to extreme criminal behavior. These educational applications ensured that future professionals would be better prepared to recognize warning signs and intervene before similar tragedies could occur. The victims of Jeffrey's crimes were gradually transformed from statistics into individuals through the efforts of victim advocacy groups and memorial projects. Community organizations worked to ensure that the young men he had murdered would be remembered for their lives rather than simply their deaths, creating scholarships, community centers, and other memorials that honored their memory while providing positive benefits to their communities. The apartment building where Jeffrey's crimes were discovered was eventually demolished, as residents and community leaders felt that it had become too associated with horror to serve any positive purpose. The site was converted into a memorial garden dedicated to Jeffrey's victims, providing a place for healing and remembrance that replaced the physical location where so much suffering had occurred. The broader impact of Jeffrey's crimes on Milwaukee's reputation and self-image took years to overcome, as the city struggled to move beyond its association with one of America's most notorious serial killers. Community leaders worked to rebuild trust and cohesion in neighborhoods that had been torn apart by the revelation that a predator had been systematically targeting their residents for over a decade. The legal precedents established during Jeffrey's trial continued to influence criminal proceedings in similar cases, particularly regarding the use of insanity defenses in serial murder cases and the admissibility of extremely graphic evidence. Courts refined their approaches to balancing the need for thorough prosecution with the requirement to protect jurors from potentially traumatic evidence. International attention focused on Jeffrey's case contributed to broader discussions about American society's relationship with violence and the factors that might contribute to the development of extreme criminal behavior. Comparative studies examine differences in serial killer rates and characteristics across different cultural contexts, using Jeffrey's case as a reference point for understanding uniquely American aspects of such crimes. The technological advances in forensic science that were developed or refined during the investigation of Jeffrey's crimes continued to benefit law enforcement agencies worldwide. Techniques for identifying victims from severely degraded remains, analyzing chemical evidence from disposal activities, and reconstructing crime scenes from photographic evidence all saw significant improvements as a result of the challenges presented by this case. Jeffrey Dahmer's name became synonymous with the absolute depths of human depravity, serving as a cultural reference point for evil that transcended the specific details of his crimes. His case joined the ranks of other notorious criminal cases that had fundamentally altered American perceptions of safety, community, and the potential for evil to hide in plain sight. The 17 young men whose lives were extinguished by Jeffrey's twisted needs became symbols of lives cut short by predatory violence, their deaths serving as reminders of the vulnerability that exists within communities when systems of protection and oversight fail. Their memory continues to influence efforts to prevent similar tragedies and to ensure that future potential victims receive the protection and attention they deserve. The Milwaukee Monster's reign of terror had finally ended, but the questions raised by his crimes continue to challenge our understanding of human nature, criminal behavior, and the responsibility of society to protect its most vulnerable members from those who would prey upon them. Jeffrey Dahmer's story remains a stark reminder that evil can flourish in the shadows of ordinary life, requiring constant vigilance and commitment to human dignity to prevent such horrors from recurring. The legacy of Apartment 213 serves as both warning and call to action, demanding that we remain alert to the signs of predatory behavior and committed to creating communities where such monsters cannot find the isolation and opportunity they need to transform their twisted fantasies into devastating reality. The victims of Jeffrey Dahmer deserved better from the society that failed to protect them, and their memory demands that we do better for those who might face similar threats in the future. If you're new here, welcome to the channel, where we dive into true crime stories with calmness and respect. A special shout out to my amazing subscribers who've been with me from the start. Thank you for your incredible support. If you're still with me, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. Or just say hello so I know you're still here. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and hit subscribe so you won't miss any of our upcoming true crime stories perfect for winding down. Now, let's move on to our second story. Story 2, The Son of Sam, When Evil Walked the Streets of New York. Summer nights in New York City once promised romance, laughter, and the intoxicating freedom of youth. But in 1976, those same moonlit hours transformed into a hunting ground where terror wore a human face and death stalked lovers through shadowed streets. This is the chilling chronicle of David Berkowitz, the man who became known as the Son of Sam, whose year-long reign of methodical brutality turned America's greatest city into a prison of fear. 6 people would die. 7 others would carry his violence in their bodies forever. And an entire metropolis would learn that monsters don't just exist in nightmares. Sometimes, they live next door, write letters to newspapers, and smile while planning their next kill. The mercury rose relentlessly that July evening in 1976, transforming the Bronx into a suffocating cauldron of heat and humidity. Apartment windows gaped open like desperate mouths, seeking any whisper of cool air that might bring relief. On Burr Avenue, the sounds of summer filled the night, children's laughter echoing from fire escapes, the distant hum of air conditioners fighting a losing battle, and the rhythmic pulse of music drifting from car radios. Donna Loria had spent the evening with friends, her 19-year-old spirit undaunted by the oppressive heat. The nursing student had dreams that stretched beyond the cramped apartment buildings of her neighborhood, dreams of healing others, of making a difference in a world that seemed increasingly cold despite the sweltering temperatures. Her friend Jody Valenti, 18 and equally optimistic about life's possibilities, had offered to drive her home after their night out. Neither young woman could have imagined that this simple act of friendship would thrust them into the crosshairs of a predator whose twisted mind had already selected them for unspeakable violence. At exactly 1:10 a.m. on July 29th, Jody's Oldsmobile Cutlass pulled up to the curb outside Donna's apartment building at 2860 Burr Avenue. The street lay quiet now, most of its residents surrendered to exhausted sleep. The two friends sat talking in the car, reluctant to end their evening together. They spoke of ordinary things, weekend plans, mutual friends, the small victories and defeats that make up a teenager's universe. Time moved slowly in that suspended moment between night and dawn, when the world seems to hold its breath. A figure emerged from the shadows near the building's entrance. At first glance, he appeared unremarkable. A stocky man of average height with dark, curly hair that seemed to absorb what little light filtered down from the street lamps. But there was something wrong with his eyes, something predatory in the way he moved with deliberate purpose through the darkness. David Berkowitz had been waiting, watching, his twisted fantasies finally crystallizing into terrifying reality. The young women noticed him approaching but felt no immediate alarm. This was their neighborhood, after all. A place where everyone knew everyone, where strangers were rare and usually harmless. Donna began to gather her purse, preparing to say goodnight to Jody and head upstairs to the small apartment she shared with her parents. The normalcy of the moment made what happened next all the more horrifying. Without warning, without a single word spoken, the stranger pulled a .44 caliber revolver from his jacket. The massive weapon gleamed dully in the amber streetlight, its barrel an abyss of promised death. Time seemed to fracture as he raised the gun, his face a mask of cold concentration. The first shot exploded through the humid air with a thunderclap that shattered the night's peace forever. The bullet tore through the passenger door of the Oldsmobile before finding its target in Donna's neck. The impact threw her against the seat with devastating force, her dreams and aspirations extinguished in that single, horrific instant. Blood began to pool beneath her as life ebbed away with each weakening heartbeat. She had mere moments to process the incomprehensible reality that she was dying, killed by a complete stranger for reasons that would never make sense to any rational mind. Jody screamed, her voice cutting through the night like a siren of pure terror. The sound seemed to energize the killer, feeding some dark hunger that had been growing within him for months. He fired again, the .44's devastating power sending another bullet crashing through the car's interior. This one found Jody's thigh, the massive slug tearing through muscle and bone with surgical precision. Pain exploded through her body as she felt her leg go numb, but adrenaline and the desperate instinct to survive kept her conscious and fighting. The gunman stood there for what felt like an eternity but lasted only seconds, watching his handiwork with the detached interest of a scientist observing an experiment. Then, as suddenly as he had appeared, he melted back into the shadows, leaving behind only the acrid smell of gunpowder and the beginning of a nightmare that would consume New York City for the next 13 months. Jody's screams brought residents stumbling from their apartments, their faces reflecting the horror of what they found. Donna lay motionless, her young life already claimed by the violence that had erupted without warning on their quiet street. Jody, despite her injuries, managed to provide the first description of the killer, a stocky white male who had emerged from darkness and returned to it just as quickly. The responding officers found a crime scene that defied easy explanation. There was no robbery, no sexual assault, no apparent connection between the shooter and his victims. The randomness of the attack was perhaps its most terrifying aspect, suggesting a killer who selected targets based on opportunity rather than personal grudges. Detective Timothy Dowd, one of the first investigators on the scene, would later describe the shooting as execution style, noting the cold precision with which it had been carried out. As dawn broke over the Bronx, casting long shadows across Burr Avenue, the investigation began in earnest. Forensics teams combed through the Oldsmobile, collecting evidence that would prove crucial in the months to come. The .44 caliber bullets were particularly significant. The weapon's massive size and distinctive ballistics would become the killer's signature, a calling card left at each subsequent crime scene. The media attention was immediate and intense. The shooting of two young women, one fatally, sent shockwaves through a city already struggling with rising crime rates. Newspapers ran front-page stories about the senseless violence that had claimed Donna Loria's life, while television news broadcasts featured tearful interviews with friends and family members trying to make sense of an senseless act. But for David Berkowitz, watching the coverage from his shabby apartment in Yonkers, the media attention was intoxicating. He had crossed a line that could never be uncrossed, transforming from a troubled individual with violent fantasies into an active serial killer. The power he had felt in that moment of pulling the trigger, of holding life and death in his hands, was unlike anything he had ever experienced. It was a drug more potent than any substance, and like any addict, he would soon crave another fix. The psychological profile that would later emerge painted Berkowitz as a man consumed by rage, loneliness, and a pathological need for attention. The adoption that had separated him from his birth mother, the death of his adoptive mother when he was 14, and a series of failed relationships had left him feeling abandoned and invisible. The shootings were his way of forcing the world to notice him, to acknowledge his existence through the most horrific means possible. As summer deepened and the investigation continued, residents of the Bronx began to notice changes in their neighborhood. Young couples stopped sitting in parked cars, parents kept their children inside after dark, and the carefree atmosphere of previous summers gave way to a pervasive sense of unease. The killer had succeeded in his first objective. He had made people afraid. Police increased patrols in the area, but without a clear motive or suspect, they were essentially waiting for him to strike again. Detective Dowd and his colleagues interviewed dozens of potential witnesses, canvassed the neighborhood repeatedly, and followed up on hundreds of tips from concerned citizens. Each lead seemed promising at first, but ultimately led nowhere, leaving investigators frustrated and the public increasingly anxious. The forensic evidence, while limited, began to tell a story. The .44 caliber bullets were fired from a Charter Arms Bulldog revolver, a relatively uncommon weapon that suggested the killer had chosen his tool carefully. The angle of the shots indicated that he had fired through the passenger window, positioning himself to maximize damage while minimizing his exposure to potential witnesses. This level of planning contradicted the randomness of the attack, suggesting a killer who was both impulsive and methodical, a dangerous combination. As July faded into August, the city held its collective breath. One shooting could be dismissed as an isolated incident, a random act of violence in a city unfortunately familiar with such occurrences. But somewhere in the shadows, David Berkowitz was already planning his next move, driven by urges that grew stronger with each passing day. The summer of 1976 would be remembered as the beginning of one of the most terrifying crime sprees in American history, when the son of Sam began his deadly game and New York City became his hunting ground. The neighborhood around Burr Avenue would never be the same. Flowers appeared at the spot where Donna Loria had died, left by friends, family, and strangers who felt compelled to honor a young life cut tragically short. But even as the community mourned, they could not shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. The killer's cold efficiency, his apparent lack of motive, and his ability to vanish without a trace suggested that he would strike again. The only questions were when, where, and who would be next. The autumn leaves had just begun their transformation from green to gold when David Berkowitz decided it was time to kill again. 3 months had passed since the Burr Avenue shooting. 3 months during which he had savored the media attention and the fear that lingered in the Bronx like smoke after a fire. But the initial thrill had faded, replaced by an insatiable hunger that demanded fresh victims and new headlines. The monster that had awakened within him on that July night was no longer content to remain dormant. October 23, 1976, arrived with an unseasonable chill that sent most New Yorkers indoors early. But in Queens, 20-year-old Carl Denaro and his 18-year-old companion Rosemary Keenan had decided to brave the cold for a night out in Flushing. Carl, a college student with dreams of a career in law enforcement, had borrowed his father's red Volkswagen for the evening. The car's compact size made it easy to park on the crowded streets of Queens, where finding a spot could be a challenge even on quiet weeknights. They had spent the evening at a local bar, sharing drinks and conversation as young couples do, building memories they assumed would last a lifetime. The ordinary nature of their date, the casual flirtation, the shared laughter, the comfortable silences, made them perfect targets for a killer who had developed a specific type of victim in mind. Berkowitz was drawn to couples, particularly those who found joy and connection with each other. Their happiness seemed to trigger something dark and envious within him, a rage that could only be satisfied through violence. At approximately 1:30 a.m., the couple sat in the Volkswagen on 159th Street, reluctant to end their evening together. The radio played softly, filling the car with music that masked the sound of approaching footsteps. Berkowitz had been prowling the Queens streets for hours, his .44 Bulldog concealed beneath his jacket, searching for the perfect opportunity to strike. When he spotted the young couple in their car, something clicked in his twisted psyche. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The first sign of danger came not as a warning, but as an explosion of glass and metal that transformed their romantic evening into a waking nightmare. Berkowitz fired through the rear window of the Volkswagen, the .44's massive bullet punching through the safety glass like it was tissue paper. The slug continued its deadly trajectory, striking Carl in the back of the head with devastating force. The impact was so severe that it knocked him unconscious instantly, his body slumping forward as blood began to pour from the wound. Rosemary's screams pierced the night as she watched her boyfriend collapse beside her, his blood spattering across the car's interior in a grotesque pattern that would haunt her dreams forever. The randomness of the attack, the sudden transformation from romantic evening to life-threatening emergency, left her mind reeling as she struggled to process what had just happened. Through the shattered rear window, she caught a glimpse of their attacker, the same stocky figure that Jody Valenti had described 3 months earlier. But Carl Denaro would not join Donna Loria in death that night. Despite the massive trauma to his skull, despite the bullet fragments that surgeons would never be able to completely remove, he somehow survived the attack. His recovery would be long and painful, marked by months of surgery and rehabilitation, but he lived to tell his story and provide investigators with crucial information about their suspect. The forensic evidence from the Queens shooting confirmed what investigators had begun to suspect. They were dealing with a serial killer. The .44 caliber bullets matched those from the Bure Avenue attack, and the ballistics analysis revealed that both shootings had been carried out with the same weapon. Detective Timothy Dowd, now heading up what would become known as the .44 caliber killer task force, felt a chill of recognition as he examined the crime scene. The precision of the attack, the apparent randomness of victim selection, and the killer's ability to vanish without a trace all pointed to a methodical predator who was just getting started. The media coverage intensified after the second shooting, with newspapers dubbing the unknown perpetrator the .44 caliber killer based on his weapon of choice. The name stuck, becoming a source of dark fascination for the public and a badge of honor for Berkowitz himself. He began collecting newspaper clippings about his crimes, pasting them into scrapbooks like macabre trophies of his escalating violence. As winter settled over New York City, bringing shorter days and longer nights that seemed tailor-made for a killer who preferred to work under cover of darkness, Berkowitz began planning his next attack. The success of his first 2 shootings had emboldened him, convincing him that he was too clever to be caught by the bumbling police officers who seemed perpetually one step behind him. His confidence was growing along with his appetite for violence. November 27, 1976, Thanksgiving weekend, found most New Yorkers celebrating with family and friends, grateful for the blessings in their lives. But for Berkowitz, the holiday meant nothing more than another opportunity to strike. He had spent the day prowling the streets of Queens, his .44 Bulldog loaded and ready, searching for victims who fit his increasingly specific criteria. Young couples in parked cars had become his signature target, their vulnerability in those intimate moments making them perfect prey for his twisted agenda. Donna DeMasi and Joan Lomino, both 16 years old, were walking home from a movie when they noticed a man following them through the quiet residential streets of Belrose, Queens. The girls, typical teenagers enjoying their holiday weekend, initially paid little attention to the stranger behind them. But as they approached Joanne's house, their unease grew. There was something wrong with the way he moved, something predatory in his gait that triggered their survival instincts. The girls quickened their pace, their conversation dying as fear began to replace their earlier lightheartedness. Behind them, Berkowitz matched their speed, his hand moving to the weapon concealed beneath his jacket. This attack would be different from the others. He was no longer content to simply shoot through car windows. The evolution of his method reflected a growing confidence and an escalating need for more direct confrontation with his victims. As the teenagers reached the front steps of Joanne's house, they turned to see their pursuer approaching with deliberate intent. Berkowitz called out to them, his voice deceptively calm as he asked for directions to a nearby address. The girls, raised to be polite even in uncomfortable situations, began to respond to his question. It was a fatal mistake that nearly cost them their lives. Without warning, Berkowitz drew his .44 Bulldog and opened fire at point-blank range. The first bullet struck Donna in the neck, the massive slug tearing through muscle and tissue with horrific efficiency. She collapsed on the sidewalk, her young body convulsing as blood pooled around her. The second shot found Joanne in the back as she tried to flee, the bullet striking her spine and paralyzing her instantly. The sound of gunshots brought neighbors running from their homes, their Thanksgiving dinners forgotten in the face of the horror unfolding on their quiet street. Berkowitz had already vanished into the darkness, leaving behind 2 more victims and a growing sense of terror that was beginning to grip the entire city. The attack on the teenage girls marked a significant escalation in his violence. No longer content to kill from a distance, he was now willing to confront his victims face to face. Both girls survived the attack, though their lives were forever changed. Donna's recovery was long and difficult, marked by multiple surgeries and months of physical therapy. Joanne would spend the rest of her life in a wheelchair, the bullet having severed her spinal cord and ended her dreams of becoming a dancer. Their survival provided investigators with the most detailed description yet of the .44 caliber killer, but it also demonstrated the escalating nature of his violence. As 1976 drew to a close, the NYPD task force had grown to include dozens of detectives from multiple precincts. The investigation had consumed thousands of man-hours and generated hundreds of leads, but the killer remained as elusive as ever. Detective Dowd and his colleagues were beginning to understand that they were dealing with someone far more cunning and dangerous than a typical street criminal. The forensic evidence continued to accumulate, painting an increasingly detailed picture of the killer's methods and psychology. The .44 Bulldog had been traced to a gun shop in the Bronx, but the purchase had been made with false identification, leaving investigators with another dead end. Ballistics experts confirmed that all the bullets had been fired from the same weapon, establishing beyond doubt that a single individual was responsible for all the attacks. The winter months brought a temporary lull in the violence, but investigators knew better than to assume the killer had stopped or moved away. Serial killers, they had learned from studying other cases, often went through periods of dormancy before resuming their activities with renewed intensity. The .44 caliber killer was likely planning his next move, studying potential victims and refining his methods. January and February of 1977 passed without incident, but the absence of new attacks did nothing to ease the growing tension in New York City. If anything, the waiting was worse than the actual violence, as residents found themselves constantly looking over their shoulders and jumping at unexpected sounds. The killer had succeeded in creating a climate of fear that affected millions of people, demonstrating the far-reaching impact of his crimes. The psychological profile developed by the FBI painted a disturbing picture of the perpetrator. He was likely a white male in his 20s or 30s, someone who felt rejected by society and harbored deep resentments against young couples who possessed the happiness that eluded him. The precision of his attacks suggested military or police training, while the apparent randomness of victim selection indicated a mind guided more by opportunity than personal vendetta. As winter began to give way to spring, the city held its breath. The longer the killer remained silent, the more violent his next attack was likely to be. Serial killers, experts warned, rarely stopped on their own. They either escalated until they were caught or made a mistake that led to their capture. With each passing day, the .44 caliber killer's legend grew, and David Berkowitz basked in the notoriety he had created through terror and bloodshed. The stage was being set for an even more dramatic escalation of violence, one that would transform the .44 caliber killer from a local threat into a national obsession. The summer of 1977 was approaching, and with it would come new horrors that would forever change the way Americans thought about urban crime and personal safety. Spring arrived early in New York City that March, bringing with it a false sense of renewal and hope. Trees began to bud along the busy streets, and residents emerged from their winter hibernation, eager to reclaim the outdoor spaces that had felt so dangerous during the dark months of the .44 caliber killer's reign. But the monster who had terrorized the city was far from finished with his work. In fact, David Berkowitz was preparing for the most horrific chapter of his killing spree, one that would transform him from an anonymous predator into one of America's most infamous serial killers. March 8, 1977, was a crisp Thursday evening when Virginia Voskerikian, a 19-year-old Columbia University student, began her walk home from classes. An Armenian-American young woman with dreams of becoming a psychologist, Virginia embodied everything positive about New York's diverse population. Her parents had immigrated to America seeking opportunities for their children, and Virginia was fulfilling their hopes through her academic achievements and dedication to helping others understand the human mind. The walk from the subway station to her family's home in Forest Hills, Queens, was one she had made hundreds of times before. The familiar route through residential streets lined with modest homes and carefully tended gardens had never seemed threatening. But as she turned onto Dartmouth Street at approximately 7:30 p.m., Virginia Voskerikian entered the final moments of her young life without knowing that death was stalking her through the gathering twilight. Berkowitz had been hunting again, driven by urges that had been building throughout the winter months. His dormancy period was ending, and with it came an escalation in his methods and a new level of brutality that would shock even hardened investigators. No longer content to target couples in parked cars, he had decided to expand his victim profile to include solitary individuals who simply had the misfortune to cross his path at the wrong moment. As Virginia walked home, her mind likely occupied with thoughts of her studies and plans for the evening, she noticed a figure approaching from the opposite direction. There was nothing initially alarming about the encounter. People passed each other on sidewalks thousands of times each day in New York without incident. But David Berkowitz was not just another pedestrian. He was a predator who had spotted his prey and was moving in for the kill. The confrontation, when it came, was swift and merciless. Berkowitz pulled out his .44 bulldog as he drew near to Virginia, the massive weapon appearing in his hand like a magician's deadly trick. The young woman's eyes widened in terror as she realized what was happening, her hands instinctively rising to protect herself in a gesture that would haunt crime scene investigators for years to come. The single shot exploded through the quiet residential street with the force of a cannon. The .44 caliber bullet struck Virginia in the face, the massive slug's devastating power ending her life instantly. She collapsed on the sidewalk, her textbooks scattered around her like fallen leaves, her dreams of helping others through psychology destroyed in a single moment of senseless violence. The sound of the gunshot brought residents streaming from their homes, but Berkowitz had already disappeared into the maze of Queens streets. He left behind his third murder victim and a new level of terror that would grip the city more tightly than ever before. This attack was different from the others, more brazen, more public, more random. If the .44 caliber killer was willing to gun down a college student walking home from classes, then no one was safe. The investigation of Virginia Voskerikian's murder confirmed what detectives had already suspected. Their killer was escalating. The ballistics matched the previous attacks, but the method showed a new level of confidence and brutality. Detective Timothy Dowd, now leading a task force of over 100 officers, realized that they were running out of time. Each attack was becoming more daring, suggesting that the killer was building towards something even more horrific. The media coverage reached fever pitch after Virginia's murder. The killing of a college student on a public street during early evening hours shattered any remaining sense of security among New York's residents. Newspapers ran front-page stories about the terror in Queens, while television news broadcasts featured sobbing parents pleading for the killer to be caught before he could claim more innocent lives. For Berkowitz, the media attention was intoxicating. He began to see himself as the star of his own twisted drama, with the entire city serving as his audience. The power he felt over millions of frightened people was unlike anything he had ever experienced, feeding his narcissistic personality and encouraging him to seek even greater notoriety through increasingly dramatic crimes. The spring of 1977 brought with it a series of developments that would transform the case from a local investigation into a national obsession. On April 17th, Berkowitz decided to take his game to a new level by communicating directly with the police and the public. His first letter, addressed to Captain Joseph Borelli of the NYPD, would introduce the world to Son of Sam and provide investigators with their first direct insight into the killer's twisted mind. The letter, written in block letters that suggested either an attempt to disguise his handwriting or a childlike mentality, began with a chilling greeting. "Dear Captain Joseph Borelli, I am deeply hurt by your calling me a women hater. I am not, but I am a monster. I am the Son of Sam." The misspellings and grammatical errors would later be analyzed by handwriting experts and psychiatrists, who found them to be intentional attempts to mislead investigators rather than indicators of limited intelligence. In the letter, Berkowitz created an elaborate mythology around his killings, claiming to be controlled by a demon dog named Sam that demanded blood sacrifices. "Sam's a thirsty lad, and he won't let me stop killing until he gets his fill of blood," the letter continued, establishing the supernatural narrative that would captivate the public imagination and provide Berkowitz with the notoriety he craved. The Son of Sam persona allowed Berkowitz to distance himself from responsibility for his crimes while simultaneously glorifying them. He presented himself as a reluctant killer, forced to murder by demonic commands, when in reality he was a calculating predator who carefully planned each attack to maximize both impact and his chances of escape. The letter was a masterpiece of manipulation, designed to confuse investigators while feeding his ego through media attention. The NYPD initially kept the letter secret, hoping to use its contents to verify future communications and avoid encouraging copycat crimes. But word of its existence leaked to the press, and soon the name Son of Sam was splashed across newspaper headlines throughout the city. The mysterious moniker added a new dimension to the case, transforming the clinical .44 caliber killer into a figure that seemed to step out of a horror novel. Public fascination with the Son of Sam phenomenon reached unprecedented levels as spring turned to summer. The combination of genuine fear and morbid curiosity created a media-feeding frenzy that Berkowitz watched with growing satisfaction. He had achieved what he had always craved: attention, notoriety, and the power to terrify millions of people through his actions. The psychological impact of the Son of Sam hysteria extended far beyond the immediate victims and their families. Entire neighborhoods changed their routines, avoiding activities that might make them vulnerable to attack. Young couples stopped parking in secluded areas, college students traveled in groups, and parents kept their children indoors after dark. The killer had succeeded in holding an entire city hostage to his twisted desires. As summer approached, investigators intensified their efforts to catch the killer before he could strike again. The task force had grown to include detectives from multiple agencies, FBI behavioral analysts, and psychiatric experts who were working to develop a more detailed profile of the perpetrator. Despite their best efforts, however, Son of Sam remained as elusive as ever, always seeming to stay one step ahead of their investigation. The forensic evidence continued to accumulate, but each clue seemed to lead to another dead end. The .44 Bulldog had been purchased with false identification. The letters provided no fingerprints or DNA evidence, and witnesses' descriptions varied enough to suggest either multiple perpetrators or a killer who was skilled at altering his appearance. Berkowitz was proving to be more cunning than investigators had initially realized. The summer of 1977 would bring new horrors that would forever cement Son of Sam's place in criminal history. But it would also bring the mistakes and coincidences that would finally lead to his capture. As the city sweltered under record-breaking temperatures and the pressure to solve the case mounted, both the killer and the investigators were approaching the climactic confrontation that would end one of the most terrifying crime sprees in American history. The monster that David Berkowitz had created was about to reach its full, horrifying potential. The Son of Sam was preparing for his deadliest summer yet, and New York City would never be the same. Summer descended upon New York City like a heavy blanket soaked in fear and sweat. The sweltering heat of June 1977 seemed to press down on the metropolis with an almost malevolent weight, creating the perfect atmosphere for the son of Sam's most devastating attacks. David Berkowitz had spent months building his reputation as the city's most wanted killer, and now he was preparing to deliver his masterpiece of terror. The monster he had created demanded fresh blood, and the crowded streets of New York offered an endless supply of potential victims. The city that never sleeps had developed a severe case of insomnia, but not from excitement or ambition. This was the sleeplessness of prey animals who knew a predator was stalking them through the urban jungle. Police patrols had been doubled in areas where the son of Sam had previously struck, but New York City contained over 300 square miles of potential hunting grounds. Even an army of officers couldn't protect everyone, and Berkowitz knew it. Sal Lupo and Judy Placido had decided to brave the summer heat and their own fears for a night out in the Bronx. The young couple, both in their early 20s, represented everything that Berkowitz had come to hate and envy. They were attractive, happy, and deeply in love, a perfect embodiment of the life that had always eluded him. Their decision to spend the evening of June 25, 1977, at the Eliphaz discotheque would prove nearly fatal. The disco was packed with young people determined not to let the son of Sam's reign of terror rob them of their youth and freedom. The dance floor pulsed with bodies moving to the latest hits, sweat and perfume mixing in the hot air, as hundreds of New Yorkers defied their fear through celebration. Sal and Judy lost themselves in the music and each other's company, unaware that death itself might be watching from the shadows. At 3 a.m., as the disco began to empty and the couple made their way to Sal's car, Berkowitz was already in position. He had spent hours prowling the area around the club, studying the patterns of patrons as they left, identifying potential targets and escape routes. The .44 Bulldog felt familiar in his hand now, like an extension of his own murderous will. Sal and Judy sat in the Cadillac, talking quietly as they prepared to drive home through the pre-dawn darkness. The streets around them were mostly empty now, the disco crowd having dispersed to apartments throughout the Bronx and beyond. It was the perfect moment for a killer who had learned to strike when his victims were most vulnerable. The first bullet shattered the passenger window and struck Judy in the head, the massive .44 caliber slug causing devastating trauma to her skull. Blood immediately began to pour from the wound as she slumped forward, her consciousness fading as her boyfriend screamed her name. The randomness of the attack, the sudden transformation from romantic evening to life-threatening emergency, left Sal's mind reeling as he struggled to process what had just happened. The second shot found Sal in the wrist as he desperately tried to start the car and escape. The pain was excruciating, but adrenaline kept him focused on the immediate goal of getting them both to safety. Through the shattered window, he caught a glimpse of their attacker, the same stocky figure that had haunted the city's nightmares for nearly a year. But this time, son of Sam had made a mistake. In his haste to escape the scene, Berkowitz dropped a crucial piece of evidence that would eventually lead investigators directly to him. A parking ticket, issued to his car while he had been stalking the area around the disco, fluttered to the ground near the crime scene. It would take weeks for police to connect this seemingly insignificant piece of paper to the most wanted man in New York. But when they did, it would spell the end of his reign of terror. Both victims survived the attack, though Judy's recovery would be long and difficult. The bullet had caused severe brain trauma, leaving her with permanent disabilities that would affect her for the rest of her life. Sal's wrist injury, while less severe, served as a constant reminder of the night when evil had literally shattered their lives. The investigation of the disco shooting revealed the same ballistic signature that had become son of Sam's calling card, but investigators were beginning to notice subtle changes in his method. The attacks were becoming more frequent and more brazen, suggesting that the killer was either losing control or building towards some kind of climactic finale. Detective Timothy Dowd and his expanded task force worked around the clock, analyzing every piece of evidence and following up on thousands of tips from a terrified public. July brought another escalation that shocked even veteran investigators who thought they had seen everything. On July 31st, 1977, son of Sam would commit the attack that would forever cement his place in criminal history while simultaneously providing the clues that would lead to his downfall. Robert Violanti and Stacy Moskowitz had driven to Brooklyn's Shore Parkway for a romantic evening overlooking the water. The 20-year-old couple had been dating for several months and were deeply in love, planning a future together that seemed bright with possibility. The parkway was a popular spot for young couples, offering a peaceful escape from the chaos of city life and a chance to be alone together under the stars. They had parked near Gravesend Bay, the lights of the Verrazano Bridge twinkling in the distance like earthbound constellations. Other couples had chosen the same spot for their evening rendezvous, creating a small community of lovers who found solace in each other's company despite the fear that had gripped the city. The normalcy of the scene made what was about to happen all the more horrifying. Berkowitz had been watching from nearby, studying the various couples and deciding which one would become his next victims. The selection process was part of the ritual for him now, a way of savoring the power he held over innocent lives. When he finally chose Bobby and Stacy, it was based on nothing more than their proximity to his chosen escape route and the angle that would give him the best shot at his targets. At approximately 2:35 a.m., the son of Sam struck with the methodical precision that had become his trademark. The .44 Bulldog roared twice in rapid succession, its muzzle flashes illuminating Berkowitz's twisted face for split seconds before darkness reclaimed him. The first bullet punched through the car's rear window, finding Stacy Moskowitz in the back of the head. The 19-year-old Brooklyn college student, who had dreams of becoming a nurse and helping others heal, was struck down in the prime of her life. The second shot wounded Bobby Violanti in both eyes, the bullet fragments causing severe damage that would leave him legally blind for the rest of his life. As blood poured from his wounds and his vision faded to darkness, he could hear Stacy's labored breathing beside him, could feel her life slipping away as his own world transformed into a nightmare of pain and terror. This time, however, the son of Sam's luck was beginning to run out. Several witnesses saw him fleeing the scene, and for the first time, police had multiple detailed descriptions of the killer. More importantly, a Brooklyn housewife named Casilia Davis had been walking her dog near the parkway when she witnessed a man removing a parking ticket from the windshield of a yellow Ford Galaxy. The car was parked illegally near a fire hydrant, and the man's behavior struck her as suspicious enough to remember. Stacy Moskowitz died 38 hours after the shooting, becoming the son of Sam's sixth murder victim. Her death sent shockwaves throughout New York City, as residents realized that the killer had expanded his hunting grounds to include Brooklyn. No borough was safe, no neighborhood was beyond his reach. The monster that David Berkowitz had created now held an entire city of 8 million people in a grip of terror. The media coverage reached unprecedented levels of intensity after Stacy's murder. Every major newspaper in the country ran front-page stories about the son of Sam, while television news programs provided round-the-clock updates on the investigation. The killer had achieved the notoriety he craved, but he had also made the mistakes that would ultimately lead to his capture. Detective James Justice of the 10th Precinct in Brooklyn began the painstaking process of tracking down every parking ticket issued in the area around the time of the Shore Parkway shooting. It was tedious work, requiring officers to sift through hundreds of citations, but Justice had a hunch that the killer might have been careless about where he parked his getaway vehicle. Meanwhile, the psychological pressure on Berkowitz was beginning to show. The constant media attention, the massive police manhunt, and the weight of 6 murders were taking their toll on his mental state. He began writing more letters to newspapers and police, each one more rambling and incoherent than the last. The careful persona of the demon-controlled son of Sam was giving way to the frightened, paranoid reality of David Berkowitz. August 1977 brought with it a sense that the case was approaching its climax. The investigation had consumed thousands of man-hours and generated tens of thousands of tips, but investigators felt they were closing in on their target. The parking ticket angle was producing promising leads, and behavioral analysts were confident that their psychological profile was accurate enough to help identify the killer once he was located. On August 9th, Detective Justice made the breakthrough that would end the son of Sam's reign of terror. Among the parking tickets issued near the Shore Parkway on the night of the shooting, he found one that had been given to a yellow Ford Galaxy registered to David Berkowitz of 35 Pine Street in Yonkers. The name meant nothing to the detective at first, but a quick check of records revealed that Berkowitz had been questioned in connection with a series of suspicious fires in Yonkers. Further investigation revealed a pattern of disturbing behavior that seemed to match the Son of Sam profile. Berkowitz was a loner who worked the night shift at a postal facility, giving him the perfect schedule for his nocturnal hunting expeditions. His neighbors described him as strange and antisocial, someone who seemed to harbor deep resentments against the world around him. The final piece of the puzzle fell into place when detectives discovered that Berkowitz had purchased a .44 caliber Charter Arms Bulldog from a Bronx gun dealer in 1976. The weapon had been bought legally, using Berkowitz's real name and address, but this act of carelessness would prove to be his undoing. After more than a year of terror, the Son of Sam was about to be unmasked. On the evening of August 10, 1977, a massive surveillance operation was put into place around Berkowitz's Yonkers apartment building. Dozens of officers from multiple agencies took positions throughout the neighborhood, while Detective Dowd and his team prepared for what they hoped would be the final confrontation with New York's most wanted killer. At 10:15 p.m., David Berkowitz emerged from his building and walked toward his Ford Galaxy, unaware that he was being watched by an army of police officers. In his hand was a paper bag that investigators later discovered contained a .44 Bulldog revolver and additional ammunition. The monster was preparing to hunt again, but this time he would become the prey. As Berkowitz approached his car, he noticed that something was wrong. There were too many people on the street, too many faces that didn't belong in his quiet neighborhood. His paranoia, which had been building for weeks, suddenly crystallized into the terrifying realization that his reign of terror was over. Detective John Falotico was the first to reach him, drawing his service weapon as he identified himself as police. "Don't move! You're under arrest!" he shouted, his voice cutting through the humid August night like a blade. For a moment that seemed to last forever, Berkowitz stood frozen beside his car, the paper bag containing his murder weapon clutched in his trembling hands. Then, in a gesture that surprised everyone present, including himself, David Berkowitz smiled. It was not the expression of a man caught in a desperate situation, but rather the relieved smile of someone who was tired of running, tired of killing, tired of being the monster he had created. "Okay," he said quietly, setting the bag on the ground and raising his hands. "You got me." The arrest of David Berkowitz sent shockwaves throughout New York City and beyond. Within hours, news of the Son of Sam's capture was being broadcast around the world, bringing a collective sigh of relief from millions of people who had lived in fear for more than a year. The monster that had terrorized the city was finally behind bars. His reign of terror ended by the same meticulous police work that he had spent months evading. In custody, Berkowitz proved to be far different from the demonic figure he had portrayed in his letters. He was revealed to be a deeply disturbed postal worker whose delusions about demon dogs and supernatural commands were nothing more than elaborate fantasies designed to make his crimes seem more dramatic. The truth was both more mundane and more chilling than his mythology suggested. He was simply a lonely, angry man who had found purpose and power through killing innocent people. The investigation revealed the full scope of his crimes. 6 people murdered and 7 others wounded in a series of attacks that had paralyzed one of the world's great cities with fear. The victims ranged in age from 16 to 26, all of them young people whose lives had been cut short or forever altered by Berkowitz's need for attention and control. During his confession, Berkowitz displayed a disturbing lack of remorse for his actions. He spoke about his victims as if they were characters in a movie rather than real people whose deaths had devastated families and communities. The cold, detached way he described his crimes provided investigators with chilling insights into the mind of a serial killer who saw murder as a form of entertainment. The psychological evaluation of David Berkowitz revealed a complex web of mental illness, personality disorders, and deep-seated resentments that had combined to create one of America's most notorious killers. His adoption trauma, his mother's death, his failed relationships, and his increasing isolation had all contributed to the development of a personality capable of extreme violence against strangers. On June 12, 1978, David Berkowitz was sentenced to 365 years in prison for his crimes, ensuring that he would never again walk free among the people he had terrorized. The Son of Sam case officially closed, but its impact would be felt for decades to come. The investigation had pioneered new techniques in criminal profiling and interagency cooperation that would become standard practice in serial killer cases. The victims and their families were left to rebuild their lives in the aftermath of Berkowitz's capture. Some, like Bobby Violante, learned to adapt to permanent disabilities caused by their wounds. Others, like the families of Donna Loria, Valentina Suriani, Alexander Esau, and Stacy Moskowitz, were left to mourn loved ones whose lives had been stolen by a stranger's twisted need for notoriety. The city of New York slowly began to heal from its collective trauma, though the memory of the son of Sam Summer would never fully fade. The case had changed how Americans thought about urban crime and random violence, introducing the terrifying concept that anyone could become the target of a serial killer's rage. The illusion of safety that had once protected people from considering such horrors had been shattered forever. David Berkowitz remains in prison to this day, serving his sentence at Sullivan Correctional Facility in upstate New York. Over the decades, he is claimed to have found religion and expressed remorse for his crimes. But his words ring hollow to those who remember the terror he inflicted on innocent people during that dark summer of 1977. The Son of Sam case stands as a reminder that evil can wear the most ordinary faces, that monsters walk among us wearing the masks of normality. It serves as a testament to the dedication of the investigators who refused to give up, even when the trail seemed cold and the killer appeared unstoppable. Most importantly, it honors the memory of those who died and the courage of those who survived, ensuring that their stories will never be forgotten. The summer of 1977 was when New York City learned that its greatest enemy was not poverty, corruption, or urban decay. It was the human capacity for motiveless evil. The Son of Sam had shown them all what true terror looked like, and in defeating him, they had proven that even the darkest monsters could be brought to justice through perseverance, skill, and an unwavering commitment to protecting the innocent. The nightmare was finally over, but its lessons would echo through the annals of criminal justice forever. David Berkowitz had wanted to be remembered, to achieve the immortality that comes with infamy. In that, at least, he had succeeded, but not as the powerful demon he had imagined himself to be. Instead, he would be remembered as a pathetic, broken man whose crimes had revealed not the power of evil, but the strength of those who stand against it. David Berkowitz, the man who terrorized New York City as the Son of Sam, remains incarcerated 46 years after his capture. His victims, both living and dead, continue to bear the scars of his violence. The case forever changed how law enforcement approaches serial killer investigations and left an indelible mark on American culture's understanding of random urban violence. The .44 Bulldog that served as his weapon of choice was destroyed, but the terror it caused will never be forgotten. 6 lives ended, 7 others forever altered, and millions more touched by the fear that gripped the greatest city in the world during that dark summer when evil walked freely through its streets. The Son of Sam's reign of terror lasted 13 months, but its impact continues to resonate through the decades that have followed. It serves as a stark reminder that monsters are real, that they live among us, and that only through courage, determination, and unwavering commitment to justice can they be stopped before they claim even more innocent lives. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to hear where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story to help you drift off to sleep. Now, let's move on to our third story. Story 3, Belle Gunness, the Black Widow of Laporte. A towering Norwegian woman with hands capable of wielding an axe as effortlessly as a rolling pin. Her smile could charm the wealthiest suitors, yet behind those calculating eyes lurked the cold heart of a predator. Belle Gunness didn't just kill for money. She butchered human beings like livestock, dismembered their bodies with surgical precision, and fed their remains to her hogs. Welcome to the most terrifying tale of America's deadliest female serial killer. A woman whose farm became a graveyard, whose matrimonial advertisements became death warrants, and whose appetite for murder knew no bounds. This is the story of Belle Gunness, the Black Widow of Laporte, Indiana, where love letters turned into suicide notes and suitors arrived with hope but left this world in pieces. Tonight, we descend into the darkest chapters of criminal history, where romance became ritual murder and a farmhouse concealed horrors that would make hardened detectives weep. Prepare yourself for a journey through pure evil, because some monsters don't hide under beds. They advertise in newspapers, they cook your favorite meals, and they smile as they plan your destruction. The winds that swept across the Norwegian fjords in 1859 carried with them an ominous presence. The birth cry of Brynhild Paulsdatter Storset, later known to the world as Belle Gunness. From her first breath, darkness seemed to follow this child like a shadow that grew longer with each passing year. Born into a family of modest means in Selbu, Norway, young Brynhild displayed an unsettling combination of physical strength and emotional detachment that unnerved even her own family. While other children played with dolls and wooden toys, she found fascination in watching her father slaughter pigs, studying the precise movements of his blade, the way blood pooled and congealed, the methodical process of separating meat from bone. Her childhood was marked by peculiar incidents that, in hindsight, served as crimson warnings of the monster she would become. Neighbors whispered about missing pets, about the strange way young Brynhild smiled when animals died, about her uncanny ability to remain emotionless during moments that brought tears to other children's eyes. She grew tall and robust, her frame expanding into that of a woman who could overpower most men, her hands developing a grip that could crush walnuts between her fingers. At 17, the call of opportunity, or perhaps the whisper of destiny, drew her across the Atlantic to America. The year 1881 marked not just an immigration, but the unleashing of a predator into a new hunting ground. She settled initially in Chicago, a city writhing with immigrants, opportunity, and anonymity, the perfect environment for someone harboring such dark intentions. Chicago transformed Brynhild into Belle, but more importantly, it provided her with her first taste of murder's sweet rewards. She married Mads Ditlev Anton Sorensen, a fellow Norwegian immigrant, in 1884. To outsiders, they appeared to be just another hardworking immigrant couple pursuing the American dream. But behind closed doors, Belle was already perfecting the skills that would make her legendary among serial killers. Their first home mysteriously burned to the ground in 1896, but the couple emerged unscathed, and considerably richer thanks to insurance money. The fire's intensity had been so fierce that investigators found it difficult to determine its cause, but Belle's calm demeanor during the tragedy struck many as unnaturally composed. She had watched her home burn with the same detached fascination she had once reserved for her father's slaughtering. The insurance money allowed them to purchase a new property, but this windfall would prove to be merely practice for Belle's larger schemes. She had discovered something intoxicating about watching destruction unfold while positioning herself to profit from it. The line between accident and murder began to blur in her calculating mind. On July 30th, 1900, tragedy struck the Sorensen household in a way that would become Belle's signature calling card. Mads Sorensen died suddenly and mysteriously, his body convulsing in agony as some unknown poison coursed through his veins. The official cause of death was listed as heart failure, but those who witnessed his final moments described symptoms that seemed to point toward something far more sinister. Belle's performance as the grieving widow was masterful. She wailed with apparent anguish, clutched his lifeless body to her chest, and spoke tearfully of their love and dreams for the future. But several witnesses noted the peculiar timing of her grief, how it seemed to turn on and off like a faucet, how her tears dried remarkably quickly when she thought no one was watching. The insurance payout was substantial, and Belle collected it with the efficiency of someone who had planned every detail. She had discovered her true calling, not as a wife or mother, but as a hunter who used matrimony as her trap and arsenic as her weapon. The death of Mads Sorensen wasn't just a crime. It was Belle's graduation from amateur schemer to professional killer. But one murder wasn't enough to satisfy the growing hunger that gnawed at Belle's soul. She craved more money, more power, more of that intoxicating rush that came from watching life drain from someone's eyes. She began to understand that marriage wasn't just a social institution. It was the perfect hunting ground for a predator like herself. The widow Sorensen didn't remain single for long. In 1902, she married Peter Gunness, a fellow Norwegian who owned a prosperous farm in LaPorte, Indiana. Peter was a kind, hard-working man with dreams of building a life with this strong, capable woman who seemed to bring both warmth and stability to his world. He had no way of knowing that he was walking willingly into the spider's web, that his new bride was already planning his demise before they even reached their wedding bed. The Gunness farm in LaPorte would become Belle's perfect killing ground, isolated enough to muffle screams, large enough to hide bodies, and respectable enough to deflect suspicion. The property sprawled across several acres, with outbuildings that could serve as torture chambers and disposal sites, pig pens that could eliminate evidence, and neighbors distant enough to remain blissfully unaware of the horrors unfolding just beyond their sight. Peter Gunness lasted barely 8 months as Belle's husband. In December 1902, he met his end in what Belle claimed was a tragic accident. According to her tearful account, a heavy sausage grinder had somehow fallen from a high shelf in their kitchen, striking Peter in the head and killing him instantly. The story was suspicious from multiple angles. The grinder's position made such an accident highly improbable, and Peter's injuries seemed inconsistent with being struck by a falling object. But Belle's performance as the grieving widow was even more polished this time. She had learned from her first murder, perfecting the art of manufactured grief. She sobbed convincingly at Peter's funeral, spoke movingly about their brief but beautiful marriage, and accepted condolences with the practiced grace of someone who had done this before. The insurance payout from Peter's death was even more substantial than her first windfall, and Belle found herself in possession of a profitable farm, a growing fortune, and most importantly, the perfect setup for future murders. She had discovered that the role of tragic widow not only provided financial rewards, but also social sympathy that could shield her from suspicion. The farm itself seemed to transform under Belle's ownership, taking on an ominous character that reflected its owner's dark nature. The buildings grew more isolated feeling, shadows seemed deeper and more menacing, and visitors often commented on an unsettling atmosphere that made them eager to leave. The pigs grew larger and more aggressive, as if they had developed a taste for something other than traditional feed. But Belle wasn't satisfied with merely killing husbands for insurance money. Her appetite for murder was growing, and she began to understand that there were other ways to monetize death. She started placing matrimonial advertisements in Norwegian-language newspapers across the Midwest, crafting alluring profiles that promised love, companionship, and financial security to lonely immigrant men seeking wives. These advertisements were masterpieces of manipulation, each word carefully chosen to appeal to specific vulnerabilities. She described herself as a prosperous widow with a successful farm, looking for a strong, reliable man to share her life and fortune. She emphasized her Norwegian heritage, appealing to immigrants who missed their homeland and sought connection with someone who shared their cultural background. The responses poured in, dozens of letters from lonely men who saw Belle as their salvation, their ticket to love and prosperity in a new land. Each letter represented another potential victim, another opportunity for Belle to practice her deadly craft. She read these heartfelt missives with the cold calculation of a hunter studying prey, evaluating each man's financial situation, family connections, and likelihood to be missed if he disappeared. Her selection process was methodical and ruthless. She preferred men who were financially comfortable but not wealthy enough to have extensive social connections. She sought immigrants who had few family ties in America, men whose disappearance might go unnoticed or unreported. Most importantly, she looked for men who seemed emotionally vulnerable, desperate enough for companionship that they would overlook warning signs that might alert more cautious individuals. The first of her matrimonial victims arrived in late 1903, a middle-aged farmer from Wisconsin named John Moe. He had corresponded with Belle for months, falling deeply in love with the woman he knew only through letters. He arrived in LaPorte carrying his life savings and dreams of building a future with his mail-order bride. John Moe's mistake was trusting Belle's warmth and apparent sincerity. She welcomed him to the farm with homemade meals, comfortable accommodations, and promises of wedding plans. For several days, she played the role of loving fiancé perfectly, allowing John to believe he had found his soulmate. But Belle was merely studying him, learning his habits, identifying the best method and timing for his murder. The killing of John Moe marked Belle's evolution from opportunistic murderer to systematic serial killer. She didn't rush this death like she had with her husband's. Instead, she savored the process, experimenting with different methods and taking pleasure in the power she held over her victim's life. When John finally died, likely from poison administered over several days, Belle felt a satisfaction that went far beyond financial gain. But the disposal of John Moe's body presented Belle with a new challenge. Unlike her husband's, whose deaths could be explained as accidents or natural causes, John's disappearance needed to be complete and untraceable. This was when Belle discovered the gruesome efficiency of dismemberment, the way a human body could be reduced to manageable pieces that could be scattered, buried, or fed to hungry hogs. The process was methodical and thorough. Belle had learned butchering techniques by watching her father as a child, and she applied these skills to human anatomy with disturbing precision. She worked in the privacy of her outbuildings, using sharp knives and saws to separate John Moe into pieces that would never be identified as human remains. The larger bones were crushed and mixed with animal bones, the flesh was fed to the pigs, and the smaller fragments were scattered across the farm's many acres. This first successful matrimonial murder established Belle's modus operandi for future kills. She would correspond with lonely men, lure them to her farm with promises of love and marriage, kill them after extracting their money, and dispose of their bodies so completely that they would never be found. The system was brutally efficient, and Belle refined it with each subsequent victim. As 1903 drew to a close, Belle Gunness stood on her porch, looking out over her farm with the satisfaction of someone who had found her true purpose in life. The property had become more than just a home or business. It was a killing field, a carefully orchestrated theater of death where she could indulge her darkest impulses while accumulating wealth and power. The wind that swept across the LaPorte countryside carried with it the whispers of the dead, the echoes of John Moe's final moments, and the promise of many more murders to come. Belle had discovered her calling, and she was just getting started. The Black Widow of LaPorte had claimed her first matrimonial victim, but her appetite for death was far from satisfied. The transformation was complete. Brynhild Storset, the strange child from Norway, had become Belle Gunness, one of America's most prolific serial killers. And as the snow began to fall on that December evening in 1903, it covered not just the farm's fields and buildings, but also the scattered remains of a man who had come seeking love and found only death. The year 1904 dawned with Belle Gunness standing at the pinnacle of her deadly craft. Her farm transformed into what could only be described as a matrimonial slaughterhouse. The success of John Moe's murder had awakened something ravenous within her, an insatiable hunger for both death and the financial rewards it provided. Her matrimonial advertisement business expanded with the efficiency of a well-oiled killing machine. Belle's advertisements appeared in Norwegian-language newspapers across the Midwest with increasing frequency, each one a carefully crafted lure designed to attract specific types of victims. She had studied the psychology of lonely immigrant men with the precision of a scientist, understanding exactly which words would trigger their deepest desires and vulnerabilities. Comely widow who owns a large farm in one of the finest districts in LaPorte County, Indiana, desires to make the acquaintance of a gentleman equally well provided, with view of joining fortunes. No replies by letter considered unless sender is willing to follow answer with personal visit. Triflers need not apply. These words, published in newspapers from Chicago to Minneapolis, would prove to be death sentences for dozens of unsuspecting men. The phrase, joining fortunes, held particular appeal for immigrants who had achieved modest success, but yearned for greater prosperity and companionship. Belle's emphasis on requiring personal visits wasn't romantic eagerness. It was a predator's need to isolate prey before striking. The responses to her advertisements arrived by the dozens, each envelope containing not just a letter, but a man's hopes, dreams, and financial information. Belle read these missives with the cold calculation of a stockyard owner evaluating cattle for slaughter. She created detailed files on each correspondent, noting their assets, family connections, and emotional vulnerabilities with meticulous precision. Her selection criteria had evolved into a sophisticated system. Prime candidates were men between 40 and 60 years old enough to have accumulated significant savings but young enough to be physically manageable. They needed to be financially comfortable but not so wealthy as to have extensive business or social connections that might lead to investigations if they disappeared. Most crucially, they had to be emotionally desperate enough to overlook the warning signs that Belle's experienced manipulation would inevitably reveal. The second victim of Belle's matrimonial murder scheme was Henry Gaholt, a prosperous farmer from South Dakota who had been widowed for 3 years. His letters to Belle revealed a man drowning in loneliness, desperate to recreate the happiness he had lost with his deceased wife. Henry's correspondence painted him as Belle's ideal victim, financially secure, emotionally vulnerable, and geographically isolated from potential investigators. Henry arrived at the Laporte farm in March 1904, carrying a suitcase containing his life savings and wearing his finest suit. Belle met him at the train station with a warm smile and promises of the future they would build together. She had prepared for his arrival with the thoroughness of a general planning a military campaign, selecting the perfect room for his accommodation, preparing his favorite Norwegian dishes, and rehearsing the role of devoted fiancé. The seduction phase of Henry's murder lasted nearly 2 weeks. Belle understood that rushing the kill would reduce both her financial gain and her psychological satisfaction. She needed time to extract every dollar from her victim while also savoring the power she held over his life. During these days, she played the perfect hostess and lover, allowing Henry to believe he had found his soulmate while systematically draining his bank accounts. Belle's method for extracting money from her victims had become increasingly sophisticated. She convinced them to liquidate their assets back home and transfer the funds to joint accounts that she controlled. She presented this as a romantic gesture, a symbolic joining of their fortunes that represented their commitment to building a life together. Her victims saw it as proof of their mutual trust. Belle saw it as efficient asset extraction before execution. The psychological manipulation Belle employed during these extended seductions was masterful in its cruelty. She alternated between passionate declarations of love and subtle expressions of doubt about their relationship, keeping her victims emotionally off balance and eager to prove their devotion. This technique not only extracted more money but also isolated victims from any second thoughts about their situation. Henry Gaholt's murder took place on a cold April evening in 1904. Belle had prepared his favorite meal, traditional Norwegian fish stew, laced with a carefully measured dose of strychnine. The poison took effect slowly, allowing Belle to observe every stage of her victim's agony with scientific fascination. Henry's final hours were marked by violent convulsions, desperate gasps for air, and pleading eyes that searched Belle's face for compassion that would never come. The disposal of Henry's body showcased Belle's evolving expertise in corpse elimination. She had constructed a specialized killing room in one of her farm's outbuildings, equipped with drainage systems, butchering tools, and lime pits for dissolving flesh. The process of dismembering Henry Gaholt took Belle several days, each cut calculated to maximize disposal efficiency while minimizing the chance of discovery. Belle's pigs had grown noticeably larger and more aggressive since John Moe's death, their diet enriched with human flesh that made them both more valuable as livestock and more effective as evidence disposal systems. She had learned that certain parts of the human body digested better than others, and she planned her butchering accordingly. Bones were crushed and mixed with legitimate animal remains, while clothing and personal effects were burned in fires so hot they left no identifiable residue. The success of Henry Gaholt's murder emboldened Belle to accelerate her killing schedule. By summer 1904, she was corresponding with multiple potential victims simultaneously, managing complex webs of romantic deception with the organizational skills of a business executive. Her farmhouse guestbook read like a roster of the doomed, each name representing another life that would end in agony and dismemberment. Olaf Svensson arrived from Minnesota in June 1904, drawn by Belle's promises of love and prosperity. His murder followed the established pattern, but with refinements that showed Belle's growing expertise. She had learned to extract even more money by convincing victims to take out life insurance policies naming her as beneficiary before their deaths. Olaf's murder netted Belle not just his life savings, but also a substantial insurance payout that she collected with the practiced grief of a professional widow. The killing of Ole B. Budsberg in August 1904 marked another evolution in Belle's methodology. Ole was a particularly cautious man who had initially resisted Bell's requests to liquidate his assets. Rather than abandon this profitable target, Bell demonstrated her psychological sophistication by gradually breaking down his resistance through a combination of sexual manipulation, emotional blackmail, and carefully orchestrated scenarios designed to prove her trustworthiness. Ole's extended stay at the farm, nearly 6 weeks, allowed Bell to study the effects of different poisons and dosages. She treated him as a living laboratory, administering sublethal doses of various substances to observe their effects before delivering the fatal dose. This experimentation satisfied both her scientific curiosity and her sadistic pleasure in causing suffering. The disposal of Ole Budsberg's body introduced new innovations in Bell's corpse elimination techniques. She had discovered that certain acids could dissolve flesh more completely than lime, leaving virtually no trace of human remains. Her outbuilding had evolved into a sophisticated mortuary facility equipped with chemical baths, drainage systems, and ventilation designed to contain the horrific odors of decomposing human flesh. As autumn 1904 arrived, Bell's farm had become a well-oiled killing machine. The matrimonial advertisements continued to generate responses from unsuspecting victims, each one adding to Bell's growing fortune while feeding her insatiable appetite for murder. She had killed at least 4 men in 8 months, accumulating wealth at a rate that exceeded many legitimate businesses. But Bell's success was breeding dangerous overconfidence. Her neighbors had begun to notice patterns. The frequent arrival of well-dressed men who seemed to vanish without explanation, the increasingly aggressive behavior of her livestock, the strange odors that occasionally drifted from her outbuildings. Most disturbing was Bell's own transformation. She had grown more arrogant and less careful about maintaining her facade of respectability. The murder of Andrew Hegeline in September 1904 demonstrated both Bell's peak efficiency and her growing recklessness. Andrew was a wealthy farmer from South Dakota who had liquidated substantial real estate holdings before traveling to LaPorte. His murder netted Bell her largest single windfall yet, but it also attracted the attention of Andrew's brother, who began asking uncomfortable questions about his siblings' disappearance. Andrew's death followed Bell's established pattern, but with brutal refinements that revealed her escalating sadism. She prolonged his dying over several days, using just enough poison to cause agony without death, then allowing him to recover slightly before administering another dose. This cat-and-mouse torture satisfied Bell's growing need for psychological dominance, while also serving the practical purpose of extracting every possible dollar from her victim. The dismemberment of Andrew Hegeline's body showcased Bell's disturbing expertise in human butchery. She had developed specialized techniques for different body parts, understanding which cuts would minimize mess while maximizing disposal efficiency. The process had become almost ritualistic, each step performed with the precision of someone who had done this many times before. By winter 1904, Belle Gunness had transformed from opportunistic killer to prolific serial murderer. Her farm operated as a sophisticated death factory, processing victim after victim with industrial efficiency. The matrimonial advertisements continued to generate fresh targets, each response representing another opportunity for Belle to indulge her twin addictions to murder and money. But the very success of Bell's operation was creating new dangers. Her victims' families were beginning to ask questions. Investigators were starting to notice patterns, and Belle herself was becoming careless in her overconfidence. The Black Widow of LaPorte had reached the peak of her deadly career, but the seeds of her eventual downfall were already being sown. The wind that howled across the LaPorte countryside that December night carried with it the whispers of the dead John Moe, Henry Gaholt, Olaf Svensson, Ole Budsberg, Andrew Hegeline, and others whose names would never be known. Their remains fertilized Bell's fields, their life savings filled her bank accounts, and their final moments of terror fed the growing darkness in her soul. Belle stood on her porch that cold December evening, surveying her domain with the satisfaction of someone who had found their true calling. The matrimonial slaughterhouse was operating at peak efficiency, generating wealth and satisfying her bloodlust with mechanical precision. But even as she reveled in her success, the forces that would eventually destroy her were already gathering strength, preparing to bring down the most prolific female serial killer in American history. As 1905 dawned over the Belle Gunness farm, The property had evolved into something that defied conventional understanding. A factory of death operating with the efficiency of industrial machinery and the brutality of medieval torture chambers. Belle herself had undergone a transformation that went beyond mere criminality. She had become a predator so perfectly adapted to killing that murder had become as natural to her as breathing. The farmhouse that had once welcomed Peter Gunness as a hopeful husband now served as the central hub of a killing operation that would have impressed medieval executioners with its systematic efficiency. Belle had converted various outbuildings into specialized chambers for different phases of her murderous process: seduction, torture, execution, and disposal. Each space was designed with the meticulous attention to detail of someone who had learned from experience what worked and what didn't. The main house retained its facade of respectability, its parlor decorated with Norwegian folk art and family photographs that suggested warmth and tradition. But this welcoming atmosphere served only to lower victims' defenses before they were led to their doom. Belle had learned that maintaining normalcy was crucial to her success. Victims needed to feel safe and comfortable before she struck. Her correspondence had become a sophisticated intelligence-gathering operation. Belle maintained detailed files on each potential victim, documenting their financial status, family connections, and psychological vulnerabilities with the thoroughness of a military strategist. She had developed form letters for different stages of the seduction process, each one carefully crafted to trigger specific emotional responses in her targets. The selection process had evolved into a science. Belle preferred victims who possessed three crucial characteristics: sufficient wealth to justify the effort of murder, minimal family connections that might lead to investigations, and emotional desperation that made them easy to manipulate. She had learned to identify these traits through careful analysis of correspondence, developing an almost supernatural ability to detect vulnerability in written words. George Anderson arrived at the farm in February 1905, representing Belle's most ambitious victim yet. Anderson was a successful businessman from Chicago who had accumulated substantial wealth through real estate investments. His correspondence revealed a man who had achieved financial success but remained emotionally isolated, making him an ideal target for Belle's deadly charms. Anderson's murder showcased Belle's evolving sophistication in both psychological manipulation and physical execution. She extended the seduction phase to nearly a month, using this time not just to extract his money but to study his psychological responses to different stimuli. Belle had discovered that prolonged psychological torture increased her own satisfaction while also making victims more compliant during the final execution phase. The torture Belle inflicted on George Anderson went far beyond simple poisoning. She had constructed a specialized chamber in her largest outbuilding, equipped with restraints, drainage systems, and an array of tools that would have been familiar to medieval torturers. Anderson's final days were marked by systematic physical and psychological abuse designed to maximize his suffering while keeping him alive long enough to transfer his remaining assets. Belle's methods of restraint had become increasingly sophisticated. She used specially designed shackles that allowed victims enough movement to sign documents but prevented escape or effective resistance. The psychological impact of being trapped in this way, able to see freedom but unable to achieve it, added another layer to the torture that Belle found particularly satisfying. The actual execution of George Anderson demonstrated Belle's growing expertise in human anatomy. She had studied medical texts to understand exactly how much damage the human body could endure before death occurred. This knowledge allowed her to prolong Anderson's dying for maximum psychological impact while ensuring that he remained conscious and aware of his situation until the final moments. Anderson's dismemberment revealed the full extent of Belle's evolution into a monster. She had developed specialized techniques for different types of victims, understanding that larger men required different cutting approaches than smaller ones. Her tools had evolved from simple kitchen knives to professional butchering equipment, each implement chosen for maximum efficiency in human dissection. The disposal of Anderson's remains showcased Belle's growing sophistication in evidence elimination. She had constructed multiple disposal sites across her property, each designed for different types of remains. Flesh was fed to the pigs, bones were ground and mixed with legitimate animal waste, and personal effects were dissolved in acid baths that left no identifiable residue. But Belle's success was creating new challenges that she hadn't anticipated. The sheer number of victims was beginning to strain her disposal systems, and the psychological toll of constant killing was starting to affect her ability to maintain her facade of normalcy. Neighbors had begun to notice subtle changes in her behavior: increased paranoia, longer periods of isolation, and a growing tendency toward violent outbursts over minor irritations. The arrival of Andrew Hegeline's brother Assel in March 1905 represented the first serious threat to Bell's operation. Assel had become suspicious about his brother's disappearance and had traveled to Laporte to investigate personally. Bell's initial attempts to charm and misdirect Assel failed, forcing her to consider more drastic measures to protect her secret. Bell's handling of the Assel-Hegeline situation revealed both her cunning and her growing desperation. Rather than simply killing him as she would have done with a typical victim, she recognized that his death would likely trigger a more intensive investigation. Instead, she embarked on an elaborate deception campaign designed to convince Assel that his brother had simply moved on to pursue other opportunities. This deception required Bell to forge documents, create false witnesses, and maintain multiple layers of lies simultaneously. The complexity of this operation pushed her organizational skills to their limits and demonstrated the strain that her killing spree was placing on her ability to maintain cover stories. For the first time since beginning her matrimonial murder scheme, Bell was being forced to react to external pressure rather than controlling the situation entirely. The psychological pressure of dealing with Assel-Hegeline's investigation triggered changes in Bell's killing methodology. Her next victim, John Larson, experienced a level of brutality that exceeded even Bell's previous standards. The murder took place over nearly 2 weeks, with Bell using Larson as an outlet for the frustration and fear generated by the Hegeline investigation. Larson's torture incorporated new elements that revealed Bell's deteriorating psychological state. She began to extend the dying process not just for practical reasons but for pure sadistic pleasure, taking photographs of her victim at different stages of his ordeal. These photographs, which she kept in a locked box in her bedroom, represented a new level of depravity that showed how completely murder had consumed her identity. The discovery of these photographs would later shock even hardened investigators who had seen the worst of human depravity. The images showed Bell's evolution from opportunistic killer to sadistic torturer, documenting the systematic destruction of human dignity that had become central to her psychological satisfaction. The photographs also revealed the elaborate staging Bell employed during tortures, positioning victims in specific ways that maximized their psychological terror. Bell's disposal methods had also evolved to new levels of sophistication and horror. She had learned to keep certain body parts as trophies, preserving them in chemical solutions that prevented decay while maintaining their recognizable human characteristics. These trophies were stored in jars hidden throughout her property, creating a macabre museum of her victims that she would visit during periods of stress or boredom. The chemical preservation techniques Bell employed demonstrated her growing expertise in the science of death. She had experimented with different solutions and methods, documenting her results with the thoroughness of a legitimate researcher. This scientific approach to torture and murder revealed the complete absence of normal human empathy that had allowed Bell to perfect her deadly craft. By autumn 1905, the Bell Gunnis farm had processed at least 8 victims through its machinery of death. The property itself had taken on an ominous character that reflected its owner's evolution into pure evil. Buildings seemed to lean inward like conspirators sharing dark secrets. Shadows appeared deeper and more menacing than natural light should allow, and even the soil seemed tainted by the horrors it had absorbed. The pigs on Bell's farm had grown to enormous size, their flesh enriched by human remains and their behavior increasingly aggressive toward humans. Visitors to the farm often commented on the unnerving intelligence in the animals' eyes, as if they understood their role in Bell's operation and had developed a taste for human flesh that went beyond mere feeding. Local authorities had begun to receive scattered reports about strange activities at the Gunnis farm, but Bell's reputation as a respectable widow and her careful cultivation of community relationships provided protection from serious investigation. She made regular donations to local charities, attended church services when convenient, and maintained the appearance of a woman grieving multiple tragic losses rather than a predator who had caused them. But the very success of Bell's operation was creating conditions that would eventually lead to her exposure. The accumulation of wealth from her victims had made her conspicuous in a rural community where such prosperity was unusual. Her behavior patterns had become increasingly erratic as the psychological strain of constant killing took its toll, and her disposal methods, while sophisticated, were producing evidence that trained investigators would eventually recognize. The winter of 1905 brought new challenges as Bell struggled to maintain her operation in the face of increasing scrutiny. The Assel-Hegeline investigation had not been completely resolved, and other victims' families were beginning to ask uncomfortable questions about their missing relatives. Bell's responses to these inquiries were becoming more elaborate and less believable, requiring her to maintain multiple complex deceptions simultaneously. The psychological portrait of Belle Gunness that emerged during this period revealed a woman who had transcended normal human categories of evil. She had become something unprecedented in criminal history, a female serial killer who operated with the systematic efficiency of organized crime while indulging sadistic impulses that rivaled history's most notorious torturers. Her ability to maintain a facade of respectability while conducting industrial-scale murder demonstrated a level of psychological compartmentalization that defied conventional understanding. As 1905 drew to a close, Bell stood at the peak of her deadly career but also at the beginning of her ultimate downfall. The machinery of death she had constructed was operating at maximum efficiency, but the very success of her operation was generating forces that would eventually destroy her. The Black Widow of LaPorte had reached the limits of what even her sophisticated killing system could accomplish, and the reckoning that would expose her crimes was already beginning to take shape. The wind that swept across the LaPorte countryside that December night carried with it more than just the whispers of the dead. It carried the promise of justice for the victims whose remains fertilized Bell's fields, and whose life savings had funded her transformation into America's most prolific female serial killer. The dawn of April 28, 1908, broke over LaPorte County with an ominous crimson glow that seemed to prophesy the horrors about to be revealed. Smoke billowed from the direction of the Gunness farm, black columns rising into the morning sky like dark prayers ascending from hell itself. The fire that would expose Belle Gunness' reign of terror had begun, and with it, the most shocking criminal discovery in Indiana's history would unfold. The flames that consumed the Gunness farmhouse were no ordinary fire. Neighbors who witnessed the blaze described an intensity that seemed almost supernatural, as if the very wood and stone were eager to burn away the sins they had witnessed. The fire burned with such ferocity that volunteer firefighters could only watch helplessly as the structure collapsed into glowing embers, taking with it what they assumed were the lives of Belle Gunness and her 3 young children. But this was no tragic accident. It was the final act in Belle's elaborate performance, a carefully orchestrated disappearance designed to allow her to escape justice while leaving behind a mystery that would captivate and horrify the world. The fire that appeared to end Belle's story was actually her attempt to write a new chapter, one where she would vanish into legend while avoiding the gallows that awaited her if she were caught. The discovery of the bodies in the basement ruins initially appeared to confirm the tragedy that Belle had staged. For corpses were found among the debris, 3 children and an adult woman presumed to be Belle herself. The community mourned what seemed to be the tragic end of a widow who had already suffered so much loss. But Sheriff Albert Smutzer harbored suspicions that would soon unravel Belle's final deception. The body identified as Belle Gunness was missing its head, conveniently eliminating the most reliable means of identification. More suspicious still, the corpse was significantly smaller than Belle's known physical dimensions. The woman who had towered over most men, whose powerful frame had enabled her to overpower victims, could not possibly have shrunk to the size of the headless body found in the basement. Sheriff Smutzer's suspicions were confirmed when the coroner's examination revealed that the adult female corpse had been decapitated before the fire began. The clean cuts through the neck vertebrae showed none of the burning or heat damage that would have occurred if the head had been severed by falling debris. Someone had deliberately removed the head to prevent identification, and that someone could only have been Belle herself. The investigation that followed the fire would uncover horrors that shocked even seasoned law enforcement officers who had seen the worst of human depravity. As investigators began excavating the Gunness property, they discovered that the farm was not just a crime scene. It was a graveyard containing the remains of at least 14 victims, though the true number would never be known with certainty. The first excavation site was Belle's private garden, an area she had always tended personally and forbidden others from entering. The soil here was unusually rich and dark, fertilized by human remains that had been systematically distributed throughout the plot. As investigators dug deeper, they began to uncover bone fragments, clothing scraps, and personal effects that painted a horrifying picture of Bell's disposal methods. The discovery of John Moe's remains marked the beginning of investigators' understanding of Bell's systematic approach to murder and disposal. His bones had been crushed and scattered across multiple locations, mixed with animal remains in an apparent attempt to disguise their human origin. Personal effects found buried with the bones: a distinctive watch, clothing buttons, and a wedding ring confirmed the identity and revealed the methodical nature of Bell's evidence disposal. Ray Lamphere, the farmhand who had been Bell's occasional lover and reluctant accomplice, was arrested in connection with the fire. Under intense interrogation, Lamphere revealed details about Bell's operation that confirmed investigators' worst fears. He described watching Bell lure victims to their deaths, participating in the disposal of bodies, and helping to maintain the facade that concealed her crimes from the outside world. Lamphere's testimony provided crucial insights into Bell's psychology and methods. He described a woman who had become completely consumed by the act of killing, who spoke about murder with the casual detachment of someone discussing farm chores. Bell had told him about her techniques for prolonging victims' deaths, her methods for extracting maximum financial gain, and her plans for expanding her operation to other locations. The excavation of Bell's specialized killing chamber revealed the full extent of her sadistic sophistication. The building contained restraint systems, drainage channels designed to handle large quantities of blood, and an array of tools that had clearly been used for torture and dismemberment. Chemical stains on the walls and floor indicated the use of acids for dissolving flesh, while scratch marks on wooden surfaces told the story of victims' desperate attempts to escape. Perhaps most disturbing was the discovery of Bell's trophy collection: preserved body parts kept in sealed jars hidden throughout the property. These grisly souvenirs included hands, ears, and other anatomical features that Bell had apparently kept as mementos of her victims. The preservation techniques were sophisticated, suggesting that Bell had studied medical or mortuary science to perfect her methods. The investigation also uncovered Bell's extensive correspondence with potential victims, revealing the scope of her matrimonial murder scheme. Hundreds of letters were found, each representing a man who had responded to Bell's advertisements seeking companionship and marriage. Many of these correspondents had simply vanished after traveling to LaPorte, their disappearances now explained by the horrors discovered on the Gunnis farm. Financial records seized from Bell's house revealed the staggering profits from her murder business. Bank accounts, property deeds, and insurance policies showed that Bell had accumulated wealth equivalent to several $million in today's currency. This fortune had been built entirely through the systematic murder of lonely men who had trusted her promises of love and companionship. The discovery of Bell's detailed victim files shocked investigators with their clinical precision. She had maintained records on each target, documenting their financial status, family connections, and psychological vulnerabilities. These files revealed Bell's evolution from opportunistic killer to systematic predator, showing how she had refined her selection criteria and killing methods over time. As news of the discovery spread, families across the Midwest began to understand the fate of their missing relatives. Men who had simply vanished after responding to matrimonial advertisements, whose disappearances had been attributed to wanderlust or accident, were now revealed to have been victims of America's most prolific female serial killer. The grief of these families was compounded by the horrific knowledge of how their loved ones had died. The search for Bell herself became a nationwide manhunt that captured public imagination and spawned countless theories about her escape. Sightings were reported from coast to coast, each one investigated by authorities desperate to bring the Black Widow to justice. But Belle Gunnis had vanished as completely as if she had never existed, leaving behind only the evidence of her crimes and the mystery of her ultimate fate. Some investigators believed that Belle had died in the fire after all, that the discrepancies in the body could be explained by decomposition and fire damage. Others maintained that the missing head was evidence of Belle's escape, that she had killed another woman to serve as her decoy while she fled to begin a new life elsewhere. The debate over Belle's survival would continue for decades, with alleged sightings and deathbed confessions keeping the mystery alive. The psychological profile that emerged from the investigation painted Belle as a uniquely dangerous predator who had combined the systematic efficiency of organized crime with the sadistic pleasure of a serial killer. Her ability to maintain a facade of respectability while conducting industrial-scale murder demonstrated a level of psychological compartmentalization that defied conventional understanding of criminal behavior. The Gunness case revolutionized law enforcement approaches to serial murder investigation. The systematic nature of Belle's crimes, her sophisticated disposal methods, and her use of matrimonial advertisements to lure victims established patterns that would be studied by criminologists for generations. Her case became a template for understanding how predators could exploit social institutions like marriage to facilitate their crimes. The property where Belle had conducted her reign of terror was eventually sold and redeveloped, but the land retained its sinister reputation. Locals reported strange occurrences, unexplained sounds, apparitions of victims, and a persistent atmosphere of dread that seemed to emanate from the soil itself. The farm had been transformed by the horrors it had witnessed, marked forever by the blood that had soaked its earth. The final tally of Belle Gunness victims remained uncertain, with estimates ranging from 14 confirmed deaths to potentially dozens more. Her killing spree had lasted at least 6 years, during which she had perfected methods of murder and disposal that allowed her to operate with near impunity. Only the fire that exposed her crimes had prevented her from continuing indefinitely. The impact of Belle's crimes extended far beyond her immediate victims. The case shattered public faith in matrimonial advertisements, leading to increased scrutiny of mail-order marriage schemes. It also highlighted the vulnerability of immigrant communities, where language barriers and social isolation made individuals particularly susceptible to predators like Belle. The mystery of Belle Gunness' ultimate fate ensured that her story would become part of American criminal folklore. She represented a uniquely American form of evil, entrepreneurial, systematic, and utterly without conscience. Her crimes combined the worst elements of greed, sadism, and betrayal in a way that captured public imagination while shocking people with its calculated brutality. As investigators completed their grisly work at the Gunness farm, they had uncovered evidence of crimes that challenged conventional understanding of female criminality. Belle had operated on a scale and with a level of violence typically associated with male serial killers, while using uniquely feminine methods of attraction and deception to lure her victims. She had proven that evil recognized no gender boundaries. The wind that swept across the LaPorte countryside in the wake of the investigation carried with it the whispers of justice finally achieved for Belle's victims. Their remains had been discovered, their stories told, and their killer exposed, even if she had escaped earthly punishment. The Black Widow of LaPorte had finally been revealed for what she truly was, one of history's most prolific and sadistic serial killers. The Gunness farmhouse was gone, reduced to ashes and rubble, but the memory of the horrors it had concealed would endure. Belle Gunness had written her name in blood across the pages of criminal history, creating a legacy of terror that would be remembered long after the last of her victims' bones had crumbled to dust. Her story served as a dark reminder that monsters walk among us, hidden behind masks of respectability, waiting for the opportunity to reveal their true nature. The case of Belle Gunness remains one of America's most shocking criminal mysteries, a tale of systematic murder conducted with industrial efficiency and medieval brutality. Her victims had sought love and found death, pursued dreams and discovered nightmares, trusted in human decency and encountered pure evil. Their stories, finally told through the discovery of their remains, ensured that Belle's crimes would never be forgotten, and that the woman who committed them would be remembered not as the charming widow she pretended to be, but as the monster she truly was. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and subscribe so you never miss the next true crime story to help you unwind. Now let's get into our fourth story. Story 4. The Candyman's Shadow. Dean Corll's Reign of Terror. The sweet aroma of chocolate and peppermint once drifted through the humid Houston air, drawing children like moths to flame. But behind the cheerful facade of the Coral Candy Company lurked something far more sinister than anyone could have imagined. Dean Arnold Coral, known to neighborhood children as the Candy Man, would become one of America's most prolific serial killers, orchestrating a 3-year killing spree that claimed at least 28 young lives. His story isn't just about murder. It's about the systematic destruction of innocence, the weaponization of trust, and the creation of a horror so profound that it would forever scar the city of Houston. What began with free candy and friendly smiles would end in torture chambers, mass graves, and a legacy of terror that still haunts Texas today. This is the story of how evil can hide behind the most innocent of facades, and how one man's twisted desires would create a nightmare that defied comprehension. Evil rarely announces itself with fanfare. Instead, it often grows quietly in the shadows, nurtured by neglect, twisted by circumstance, and shaped by forces that normal minds struggle to comprehend. Dean Arnold Coral's transformation from troubled child to merciless killer didn't happen overnight. It was a gradual descent into darkness that began long before his first victim drew their final breath. Born on December 24, 1939, in Fort Wayne, Indiana, Dean Coral entered the world on Christmas Eve, a date that should have been filled with joy and celebration. Instead, his birth marked the beginning of a life that would be defined by dysfunction, violence, and ultimately, unspeakable horror. His parents, Arnold and Mary Coral, were locked in a toxic marriage that swung between bitter arguments and temporary reconciliations, creating an environment where young Dean learned that relationships were weapons to be wielded and trust was something to be exploited. The Coral household was a battlefield disguised as a home. Arnold Coral, Dean's father, was a man whose presence brought tension and whose absence brought relief. He was prone to explosive outbursts that would send the family scattering, followed by periods of cold silence that were somehow even worse than the screaming. Mary Coral, trapped in this cycle of abuse and uncertainty, often turned to her eldest son for emotional support that no child should be expected to provide. She confided in Dean about her marital problems, shared her fears and frustrations, and inadvertently placed him in the role of surrogate husband, a dynamic that would later manifest in deeply disturbing ways. When Dean was 6 years old, his parents divorced, and Mary moved with her children to Houston, Texas. The move was supposed to represent a fresh start, a chance for the family to escape the toxic environment that had defined their Indiana years. Instead, it merely relocated the dysfunction to new surroundings. Houston in the 1940s was a booming oil town, filled with opportunity and growth, but for the Coral family, it became another stage for their ongoing drama. Mary's relationship with Dean grew increasingly inappropriate as he entered his teenage years. She treated him less like a son and more like a confidant and companion, taking him on trips that should have been reserved for adult partners and sharing intimate details about her romantic relationships. When Mary remarried and divorced again, Dean witnessed the cycle of hope and disappointment that seemed to define his mother's approach to love. These experiences taught him that relationships were transactional, that affection could be manufactured and manipulated, and that people were essentially objects to be used for personal satisfaction. During his high school years at Vidor High School, Dean began to exhibit the behavioral patterns that would later characterize his criminal activities. He was described by classmates as awkwardly charming, someone who tried too hard to be liked but never quite succeeded in forming genuine connections. He was particularly drawn to younger students, offering them rides, small gifts, and attention that seemed generous on the surface but carried an undercurrent of something darker. Teachers and administrators noticed Dean's tendency to befriend children who were struggling, those from broken homes, kids who were picked on by their peers, or students who seemed particularly vulnerable. At the time, this behavior was interpreted as kindness, even commendable. No one recognized it for what it truly was, the early manifestations of a predator learning to identify and groom potential victims. After graduating from high school in 1958, Dean briefly attended college before dropping out to help his mother with the family business. The Coral Candy Company had been established by his mother and stepfather as a small operation that produced pecan pralines, divinity, and other confections that were popular in the South. The business operated out of their home, and Dean threw himself into the work with an enthusiasm that surprised everyone who knew him. The candy business became Dean's identity and his hunting ground. He insisted on personally delivering products to local schools, youth centers, and community events. He would arrive with boxes of free samples, his friendly demeanor and generous gifts making him a welcome sight to children and adults alike. Parents saw him as a successful young businessman who cared about the community. Children saw him as the nice man who gave away free candy. No one saw the predator who was carefully studying his prey. Dean's method of operation during these early years was sophisticated in its simplicity. He identified children who were isolated, troubled, or seeking adult attention. He would engage them in conversation, learn about their problems and fears, and position himself as someone who understood and cared. He offered solutions to their problems: a place to stay if they were having trouble at home, money if they needed it, or simply someone to talk to if they felt alone. The transition from generous benefactor to sexual predator was gradual and methodical. Dean understood that trust had to be earned over time, that boundaries had to be pushed slowly to avoid triggering alarm. He would start with innocent physical contact, a pat on the shoulder, a friendly hug, and gradually escalate to more inappropriate touching. By the time his victims realized what was happening, they were often too ashamed, confused, or frightened to seek help. But even sexual abuse wasn't enough to satisfy whatever darkness was growing inside Dean Coral. As the 1960s progressed, his behavior became increasingly erratic and violent. Former acquaintances would later describe incidents where Dean's friendly facade would slip, revealing glimpses of the rage and cruelty that lurked just below the surface. He had violent outbursts that seemed to come from nowhere, explosive episodes where his normally controlled demeanor would crack and something monstrous would show through. The Vietnam War era brought significant changes to American society, and these changes created new opportunities for Dean to exploit. The counterculture movement, with its emphasis on questioning authority and rejecting traditional social norms, created an environment where young people were more likely to run away from home, experiment with drugs, or reject parental guidance. For a predator like Dean Coral, this represented a perfect storm of vulnerability and opportunity. Young men who might have once been protected by tight-knit communities and vigilant parents were now more likely to be on their own, seeking acceptance and guidance from anyone who seemed willing to provide it. Dean recognized this shift and adapted his tactics accordingly. He began targeting older victims, teenagers rather than children, and he developed a network of accomplices who would help him identify and lure potential prey. The most significant of these accomplices was Elmer Wayne Henley Jr., a troubled teenager from a broken home who first encountered Dean in 1971. Henley was everything that Dean looked for in a victim: young, vulnerable, desperate for adult approval, and lacking strong family support. But instead of becoming another casualty, Henley became something far more dangerous: a willing participant in Dean's crimes. Dean's recruitment of Henley represented a new phase in his evolution as a killer. No longer content to work alone, he began building a network of teenage accomplices who would help him find victims and carry out his increasingly elaborate fantasies of torture and murder. He offered these young men money, drugs, and a sense of belonging that they couldn't find elsewhere. In return, they delivered their friends and acquaintances directly into his hands. The psychological manipulation that Dean employed during this period was masterful in its cruelty. He convinced his accomplices that they were part of something special, a secret society that existed outside normal social rules. He made them feel powerful and important, while simultaneously making them complicit in acts so horrible that they could never escape or seek help without implicating themselves. David Owen Brooks was another key figure in Dean's operation, a young man whose own troubled background made him susceptible to Dean's manipulation. Brooks had been one of Dean's victims before becoming one of his accomplices, a transition that speaks to the complex psychological dynamics at play in these relationships. The line between victim and perpetrator became increasingly blurred as Dean's operation expanded and evolved. By 1970, Dean Coral was no longer simply a sexual predator who occasionally committed murder to cover his tracks. He had become something far more dangerous: a systematic killer who had developed efficient methods for finding, capturing, torturing, and disposing of his victims. The Coral Candy Company had become a front for activities so horrific that they would challenge the very limits of human comprehension. The stage was set for what would become one of the most brutal and extensive killing sprees in American criminal history. Dean had assembled his team, perfected his methods, and identified his hunting grounds. All that remained was to begin the systematic destruction of young lives on a scale that would shock even seasoned law enforcement officers who thought they had seen everything. The Candyman was ready to begin his real work, and Houston's children were about to discover that sometimes the most dangerous monsters are the ones who offer you sweets. The Heights neighborhood of Houston in the early 1970s was a working-class community where children still played in the streets until dark and parents felt safe letting their teenagers roam freely. Tree-lined streets stretched between modest homes where families struggled to make ends meet but still believed in the fundamental goodness of their neighbors. It was the perfect hunting ground for a predator who understood that trust was the most valuable currency in any community, and Dean Coral had learned to counterfeit that currency with terrifying effectiveness. Dean's primary residence during his killing spree was an unremarkable house at 2020 Lamar Drive, a single-story structure that looked identical to dozens of others on the same street. From the outside, it appeared to be the home of a successful young businessman who had made good in the candy industry. The lawn was well-maintained, the paint was fresh, and neighbors often saw Dean washing his car in the driveway or chatting with local children who would stop by for free treats. But inside this ordinary-looking house, Dean had created something that existed outside the realm of human decency. The interior had been modified to serve his twisted purposes, with soundproofing materials hidden behind normal-looking walls and specially constructed rooms designed for activities that would have horrified anyone with a functioning conscience. The basement had been converted into what could only be described as a torture chamber, complete with restraining devices, tools designed to inflict maximum pain, and recording equipment that Dean used to document his crimes for his own twisted pleasure. The genius of Dean's operation lay not just in his ability to hide his activities, but in his understanding of how to select victims who wouldn't be missed or whose disappearances would be attributed to the social upheaval of the era. He targeted teenage boys and young men who were already on society's margins, runaways, drug users, kids from broken homes, and those who had already shown a pattern of disappearing for days or weeks at a time. The Coral Candy Company served multiple purposes in Dean's criminal enterprise. On the surface, it provided him with legitimate reasons to be around children and gave him a respectable cover for his activities. More insidiously, it served as a distribution network for both confections and terror. Dean would load his van with candy and drive through neighborhoods, particularly those where supervision was minimal and children were likely to be unsupervised. He would park near schools, playgrounds, and community centers, offering free samples and engaging children in seemingly innocent conversation. His approach was methodical and patient. Dean understood that successful predation required careful observation and planning. He would spend weeks or even months cultivating relationships with potential victims, learning their routines, identifying their vulnerabilities, and positioning himself as someone they could trust. He paid particular attention to boys who seemed isolated or troubled, those who were looking for adult guidance or acceptance that they weren't receiving at home. The role of his accomplices, particularly Elmer Wayne Henley Jr. and David Owen Brooks, cannot be overstated in understanding how Dean's operation functioned. These weren't reluctant participants who were coerced into helping. They were active collaborators who understood exactly what they were doing and chose to participate anyway. Dean had promised them money for each boy they delivered to him, typically $200 per victim, which was a significant sum for teenagers from poor families in the early 1970s. Henley and Brooks served as Dean's interface with the teenage community. They knew which boys were having problems at home, who was experimenting with drugs, and who might be susceptible to an offer of easy money or a place to party. They would approach these potential victims as friends, offering to introduce them to someone who could help with their problems or show them a good time. The victims trusted Henley and Brooks because they were peers, members of their own generation who seemed to understand their struggles and frustrations. The recruitment process typically began at one of several locations that Dean had identified as optimal hunting grounds. The Helms Elementary School area was a particular favorite, as was the neighborhood around Heights High School. Dean and his accomplices would also frequent local hangouts like convenience stores, pool halls, and areas where teenagers congregated to smoke, drink, or experiment with drugs. One of Dean's most effective tactics was to position himself as someone who could provide things that teenage boys wanted but couldn't easily obtain: alcohol, marijuana, a place to party away from parental supervision, or simply acceptance from an adult who seemed to understand them. He would host gatherings at his house where teenagers could drink, smoke, and feel like they were part of something sophisticated and adult. These parties served multiple purposes in Dean's operation. They allowed him to observe potential victims in a relaxed setting, studying their personalities and identifying those who might be most vulnerable to his advances. They also served to normalize the idea of going to Dean's house, making it seem like a safe and fun place where good things happened. Most importantly, they provided opportunities for Dean to separate individual victims from the group and begin the process of grooming them for more serious abuse. The psychological manipulation that occurred during these gatherings was sophisticated and deliberate. Dean understood that teenage boys were particularly susceptible to challenges to their masculinity and independence. He would create situations where boys felt pressure to prove they were mature enough to handle adult situations, whether that involved drinking more than they could handle, experimenting with drugs, or participating in activities that made them uncomfortable but that they felt they couldn't refuse without seeming weak or immature. Dean also exploited the economic desperation that many of his victims faced. The early 1970s were a difficult time for working-class families in Houston, and many teenagers were looking for ways to contribute to their household income or simply to have spending money that their families couldn't provide. Dean presented himself as someone who could offer easy money for simple tasks: delivering packages, helping with his candy business, or just hanging around his house to provide company. The transition from seemingly innocent activities to serious criminal behavior was so gradual that many victims didn't recognize what was happening until it was too late. Dean would start with minor boundary violations, inappropriate touching disguised as friendly gestures, exposure to pornographic materials presented as education, or requests for small favors that seemed harmless but established patterns of compliance and secrecy. As victims became more deeply involved in Dean's world, they found themselves compromised in ways that made it difficult to seek help. He would photograph them in compromising positions, get them to participate in illegal activities, or simply make them feel so ashamed of what they had already done that they couldn't imagine telling anyone about their experiences. This web of complicity and shame ensured that even those who escaped from Dean's immediate control were unlikely to report their experiences to authorities. The geographic scope of Dean's activities extended well beyond his immediate neighborhood. He would drive to different parts of Houston, looking for victims in areas where he wasn't known and where his disappearances were less likely to be connected to him. He also made trips to other Texas cities, particularly those with large populations of transient young people who might not be missed if they disappeared. Dean's method of transportation, a series of vans and cars that he used for his candy business, provided perfect cover for his criminal activities. He could approach potential victims in a professional-looking vehicle, offer them rides, or invite them to see his mobile candy operation, and transport them to his house without arousing suspicion from neighbors or passersby. The vehicles also served as mobile hunting platforms that allowed him to cruise different neighborhoods looking for opportunities. The seasonal nature of the candy business provided additional cover for Dean's activities. During busy periods like Halloween and Christmas, it was perfectly normal for him to be working long hours, traveling to different locations, and having his house filled with supplies and equipment. The increased activity and chaos provided perfect camouflage for more sinister activities. As 1971 turned into 1972, Dean's operation reached a new level of efficiency and brutality. He had perfected his methods of finding and luring victims. He had established secure locations for carrying out his crimes, and he had built a network of accomplices who could help him expand his activities without significantly increasing his risk of detection. The stage was set for what would become one of the most intensive periods of serial killing in American history. The boys and young men who encountered Dean during this period had no way of knowing that they were entering the orbit of a predator whose appetite for violence and sexual sadism had grown beyond all reasonable bounds. They saw a successful businessman who seemed genuinely interested in their welfare, a generous adult who offered them opportunities and experiences that they couldn't find elsewhere. By the time they realized the true nature of what they had become involved in, it was far too late to escape. The hunting grounds had been prepared, the traps had been set, and the predator was ready to begin the most intensive phase of his killing career. Houston was about to discover that evil could flourish even in the most ordinary-seeming places, and that the greatest monsters often wore the most disarming masks. The transformation of Dean Corll from opportunistic predator to systematic killer represented a terrifying evolution in criminal methodology. By 1972, what had begun as sexual assaults that occasionally resulted in death had become something far more organized and deliberate, a killing machine that operated with industrial efficiency and sadistic precision. The boundaries between criminal and monster had long since disappeared, replaced by something that existed entirely outside the realm of human moral understanding. The process by which victims were selected, captured, tortured, and ultimately killed had become refined through repetition and experimentation. Dean had learned from each crime, identifying methods that produced maximum satisfaction for him while minimizing the risk of detection or escape. What emerged was a systematic approach to murder that was as methodical as it was horrifying, a carefully choreographed dance of death that played out repeatedly in the modified rooms of his Lamar Drive residence. The typical victim profile had crystallized through trial and error. Dean preferred boys and young men between the ages of 13 and 20, particularly those who possessed certain physical characteristics that appealed to his twisted sexual preferences. He was drawn to victims who appeared vulnerable but not so obviously troubled that their disappearance would immediately trigger intensive police investigations. The ideal victim was someone who might reasonably be expected to run away from home, experiment with drugs, or simply disappear for extended periods as part of normal teenage rebellion. The recruitment process had become a well-oiled machine operated primarily through his teenage accomplices. Elmer Wayne Henley Jr. and David Owen Brooks had proven to be remarkably effective at identifying and delivering victims, their success rate improving dramatically as they learned to recognize the psychological vulnerabilities that Dean could exploit. They understood that the most effective approach was to present participation as an opportunity rather than a threat. A party to attend, easy money to be made, or simply a chance to hang out with an adult who seemed to understand teenage problems. The initial contact typically occurred in a social setting that seemed completely innocuous. A victim might be approached at a convenience store, a local hangout, or through a mutual friend who was already part of Dean's network. The invitation was always low pressure and seemingly beneficial. Come to a party, help with some work for quick cash, or just hang out at someone's house where there would be alcohol and marijuana available. The victims were making what seemed like rational decisions based on incomplete information, unaware that they were stepping into a carefully constructed trap. Once victims arrived at Dean's house, the psychological manipulation began immediately. Dean was a master of reading people and adapting his approach to their specific vulnerabilities. For victims who seemed insecure about their masculinity, he would create challenges that they felt compelled to meet. For those who were struggling financially, he would offer increasingly lucrative opportunities that required deeper involvement in his activities. For victims who were seeking acceptance and belonging, he provided a sense of inclusion in something that seemed special and exclusive. The parties that Dean hosted served multiple functions in his operation. They normalized the presence of teenage boys in his house, making neighbors less likely to be suspicious when they saw young men coming and going at all hours. They also served as screening mechanisms, allowing Dean to observe potential victims' behavior, gauge their susceptibility to manipulation, and identify those who might be most suitable for his purposes. The actual killing process was where Dean's sadistic nature found its fullest expression. What happened to victims in the specially prepared rooms of his house defied normal human understanding of cruelty and violated every principle of human dignity. Dean had constructed what could only be described as torture chambers, equipped with restraining devices, recording equipment, and tools designed specifically to inflict maximum pain and terror. The torture that preceded death was not incidental to Dean's crimes. It was the primary purpose. The killing itself was almost secondary to the hours or sometimes days of systematic abuse that victims endured. Dean had developed techniques for keeping victims alive and conscious for extended periods while subjecting them to experiences that challenged the very limits of human endurance. He documented these sessions extensively, creating a library of horror that served his own perverted needs while providing evidence of crimes so brutal that even experienced homicide investigators would struggle to process what they witnessed. The method of killing varied depending on Dean's mood and the specific fantasies he was acting out, but certain patterns emerged from the evidence that would later be recovered. Strangulation was common, often preceded by extended periods of sexual torture and psychological torment. Dean seemed to derive particular pleasure from the terror in his victims' eyes, the moment when they realized that their situation was hopeless and that they were going to die. The disposal of bodies required careful planning and execution. Dean had identified several locations around Houston where bodies could be buried without immediate detection. The most significant of these was a boat shed on the shores of Lake Sam Rayburn, where 17 bodies would eventually be discovered. Dean also used a beach house near High Island and several other locations throughout the Houston area, creating a network of burial sites that helped distribute the physical evidence of his crimes across a wide geographic area. The logistics of body disposal revealed the calculated nature of Dean's operation. He had invested in proper tools, shovels, plastic sheeting, lime to accelerate decomposition, and had developed efficient methods for transporting bodies from his house to burial locations without detection. The graves themselves were carefully constructed to minimize the chances of accidental discovery, dug deep enough to prevent animals from disturbing them, and located in areas that were unlikely to be developed or heavily trafficked. Dean's relationship with his accomplices during this period was complex and disturbing. Henley and Brooks were not merely reluctant participants who were coerced into helping. They were active collaborators who understood exactly what they were doing and chose to continue participating despite witnessing the horrific fate that awaited the victims they delivered. The psychological dynamics at play involved a combination of financial incentive, fear of becoming victims themselves, and a gradual desensitization to violence that allowed them to rationalize their participation. The payment system that Dean had established with his accomplices was straightforward and effective. He paid $200 for each victim they delivered, a substantial sum for teenagers from poor backgrounds in the early 1970s. This financial incentive created a powerful motivation for Henley and Brooks to continue recruiting victims, but it also made them complicit in a way that prevented them from seeking help without implicating themselves in multiple murders. The frequency of killings increased dramatically during 1972 and early 1973, with Dean's appetite for violence seeming to grow rather than diminish with each successful crime. What had begun as occasional incidents became almost routine, with victims disappearing at a rate that should have triggered massive law enforcement attention but somehow didn't. The social conditions of the era, high rates of teenage runaways, widespread drug use, and general social upheaval, provided perfect camouflage for Dean's activities. The psychological toll on Dean's accomplices began to show as the body count mounted. Both Henley and Brooks exhibited signs of severe stress and emotional instability, but their complicity in the crimes made it impossible for them to seek help through normal channels. They were trapped in a nightmare of their own making, unable to escape without facing the consequences of their participation in multiple murders. Dean's own psychological state during this period was characterized by an escalation in both the frequency and brutality of his crimes. The systematic nature of his killing suggested a mind that had moved far beyond normal human emotional responses, operating instead according to internal logic that prioritized personal gratification over any consideration for human life or suffering. He had created a world in which teenage boys existed solely for his pleasure and disposal, a reality so divorced from normal human experience that it challenged the very concept of sanity. The methods of restraint and torture that Dean employed became increasingly sophisticated as his experience grew. He had clearly studied techniques for inflicting maximum pain while keeping victims alive and conscious, suggesting a level of premeditation and planning that went far beyond spontaneous violence. The equipment found in his house after his death would reveal the extent to which he had prepared for and refined his methods of torture and murder. As 1973 progressed, Dean's operation had reached a level of efficiency that was both impressive and terrifying. He could identify, recruit, capture, torture, kill, and dispose of victims with machine-like precision, leaving virtually no evidence that could be connected to his crimes. The system he had created was so effective that he might have continued indefinitely if not for a single moment of miscalculation that would bring his entire operation crashing down. The killing machine that Dean Corll had constructed represented one of the most systematic and brutal serial killing operations in American criminal history. The combination of careful planning, efficient execution, and sadistic creativity that characterized his crimes challenged every assumption about the limits of human evil. As the summer of 1973 approached, Dean had become something that existed entirely outside normal human moral categories, a creature whose only purpose was the systematic destruction of young lives for personal satisfaction. The collapse of Dean Corll's killing operation came not from law enforcement investigation or community vigilance, but from the internal dynamics of evil consuming itself. By August 1973, the psychological pressures and moral contradictions inherent in his criminal enterprise had created fractures that would ultimately destroy everything he had built. The monster who had terrorized Houston for 3 years was about to discover that predators, no matter how successful, eventually become prey to their own creation. The catalyst for Dean's downfall was a dispute that arose over one of his intended victims, a situation that revealed the unstable foundation upon which his entire operation rested. On the night of August 7, 1973, Dean had planned to torture and kill a young man named Timothy Curley, whom Henley had brought to the Lamar Drive house under the usual pretenses. However, Henley had also brought along a female friend, Rhonda Williams, whose presence disrupted Dean's carefully orchestrated plans and triggered a violent confrontation that would have deadly consequences. Dean's rage at the presence of a female victim was immediate and explosive. His criminal activities had been exclusively focused on male victims, and Williams' presence represented a deviation from his established patterns that he found intolerable. The argument that ensued between Dean and Henley revealed the deep psychological fissures that had been building within their partnership, tensions that had been masked by the routine nature of their criminal collaboration but never truly resolved. The confrontation escalated quickly beyond mere disagreement into a life-or-death struggle for control. Dean, in a moment of miscalculation that would prove fatal, decided to resolve the dispute by making Henley himself a victim. Armed with a pistol, Dean forced Henley, Curley, and Williams to submit to being handcuffed and bound, apparently intending to torture and kill all 3 of them. This decision represented a fundamental error in judgment that demonstrated how Dean's psychological deterioration had compromised his previously careful approach to victim selection and risk management. What Dean failed to anticipate was that Henley's position as an accomplice rather than a typical victim had given him insights into Dean's methods and psychology that could be turned against him. Henley understood Dean's vulnerabilities and behavioral patterns in ways that previous victims never could, knowledge that would prove crucial in the deadly struggle that was about to unfold. The psychological manipulation that had characterized Dean's relationship with his victims became a weapon that could be turned against him. Henley, drawing upon months of observing Dean's behavior and participating in his crimes, began talking his way out of the restraints by appealing to Dean's ego and sexual obsessions. He convinced Dean that he would participate willingly in the torture and murder of Curley and Williams, playing upon Dean's desire for total control and domination. Dean's decision to release Henley from his restraints represented the final and fatal error in a criminal career that had been characterized by careful calculation and methodical planning. The moment he handed Henley the means to participate in the torture of the other victims, he created an opportunity for his accomplice to turn the tables in a way that would end his reign of terror permanently. The confrontation that followed was swift and decisive. As Dean began to assault Timothy Curley, Henley seized Dean's pistol and fired 6 shots, killing the man who had orchestrated the deaths of at least 28 young victims over a 3-year period. The Candyman's reign of terror ended not with capture and trial, but with violence that mirrored the brutality he had inflicted on so many others. Henley's immediate actions after killing Dean revealed the complexity of his psychological state and the extent to which his participation in the murders had affected his mental stability. Rather than attempting to flee or destroy evidence, he called the Harris County Sheriff's Office and calmly reported that he had killed Dean Corll in self-defense. His behavior during the call was eerily calm and matter-of-fact, as if discussing mundane, everyday events rather than the violent end of one of America's most prolific serial killers. The response of law enforcement to Henley's call initially reflected the routine nature they assumed the incident represented. Domestic disputes that ended in violence were unfortunately common in Houston, and the initial responders had no reason to suspect that they were about to uncover one of the most extensive serial killing operations in American criminal history. The true scope of what they had discovered would only become apparent as Henley began to reveal the details of his involvement in Dean's crimes. The confession that Henley provided to investigators was both comprehensive and horrifying, revealing the systematic nature of Dean's operation and the extent of his own participation in the murders. He provided detailed information about burial locations, victim identification, and the methods that Dean had employed to torture and kill his victims. The calm, methodical way in which Henley recounted these details was almost as disturbing as the crimes themselves, suggesting a level of psychological damage that would have profound implications for his eventual prosecution and sentencing. David Owen Brooks' arrest followed quickly after Henley's confession, as investigators moved to apprehend all known participants in Dean's criminal enterprise. Brooks initially attempted to deny his involvement, but the overwhelming evidence provided by Henley and the physical evidence discovered at Dean's house made such denials impossible to maintain. His eventual confession filled in additional details about the operation and provided investigators with a more complete picture of how Dean's killing machine had functioned. The excavation of Dean's burial sites became a grim archaeological expedition that revealed the full scope of his crimes. The boat shed at Lake Sam Rayburn yielded 17 bodies, while additional graves at High Island and other locations brought the confirmed victim count to 27, with investigators suspecting that the actual number was significantly higher. The condition of the remains and the evidence of torture that was visible even after months or years of decomposition provided stark testimony to the brutality that Dean's victims had endured. The identification of victims proved to be a heartbreaking process that brought closure to some families while opening old wounds for others. Many of the bodies were those of boys who had been reported missing months or years earlier, their disappearances attributed to runaways or teenage rebellion rather than predatory violence. The discovery that these children had been murdered in such brutal circumstances shattered the assumptions that many families had made about their missing loved ones and forced them to confront the horrifying reality of what had actually happened. The impact of Dean's crimes on the Houston community was profound and lasting. Parents who had allowed their children relative freedom suddenly found themselves questioning every adult their kids encountered. Neighborhoods that had seemed safe and friendly were revealed to have harbored one of the most dangerous predators in American criminal history. The trust that had characterized community relationships was shattered, replaced by suspicion and fear that would take years to overcome. The legal proceedings that followed Dean's death were complex and emotionally charged, complicated by the fact that the primary perpetrator was beyond the reach of justice. Henley and Brooks faced murder charges for their participation in the crimes, with prosecutors seeking to hold them accountable for their roles as accomplices while acknowledging that they had also been victims of Dean's psychological manipulation. The trials became forums for examining the broader questions about criminal responsibility, the nature of evil, and the factors that can transform victims into perpetrators. Henley's trial was particularly significant because of his dual role as both victim and perpetrator, circumstances that created complex legal and moral questions about culpability and punishment. His defense attorneys argued that his participation in Dean's crimes had been the result of psychological manipulation and coercion, while prosecutors contended that his willing participation in multiple murders made him equally responsible for the deaths of innocent victims. The jury's decision to convict him of murder, while acknowledging the exceptional circumstances of his case, reflected the difficulty of applying normal legal standards to such extraordinary crimes. The investigation into Dean's crimes also revealed significant failures in law enforcement response to the pattern of disappearances that had preceded his death. Multiple reports of missing teenagers had been dismissed as routine runaways, preventing investigators from recognizing the systematic nature of the threat that Dean represented. These failures led to reforms in how missing person cases were handled and highlighted the vulnerability of marginalized youth to predatory violence. The physical evidence recovered from Dean's house provided investigators with unprecedented insights into the methods and psychology of serial killing. The torture devices, recording equipment, and extensive documentation of his crimes created a horrifying archive that helped establish new protocols for investigating similar cases. The systematic nature of Dean's operation and the careful records he kept of his activities provided a blueprint that would inform law enforcement understanding of serial crime for decades to come. The aftermath of Dean's death also forced a reckoning with the social conditions that had enabled his crimes to continue undetected for so long. The marginalization of certain youth populations, inadequate resources for missing person investigations, and community assumptions about teenage behavior had all contributed to creating an environment where a predator could operate with virtual impunity. The recognition of these failures led to policy changes and social reforms designed to better protect vulnerable young people. The Dean Corll case became a watershed moment in American understanding of serial crime, demonstrating the need for more sophisticated investigative techniques and better coordination between law enforcement agencies. The scale and systematic nature of his crimes challenged existing assumptions about the capabilities of individual perpetrators and highlighted the importance of recognizing patterns across seemingly unrelated cases. The psychological profile that emerged from the investigation into Dean's crimes provided valuable insights into the development and operation of serial killers. His progression from sexual predator to systematic killer illustrated how criminal behavior could escalate over time, with each successful crime building confidence and refining methods. The role of accomplices in enabling and expanding his operation demonstrated the importance of understanding the social networks that could support and facilitate serial crime. The media coverage of the Dean Corll case was extensive and sensationalized, reflecting the public's fascination with crimes that seemed to exceed the normal boundaries of human evil. The moniker the Candy Man became synonymous with predatory violence and betrayed trust, entering the cultural lexicon as a symbol of how evil could disguise itself behind masks of kindness and generosity. The case became a touchstone for discussions about child safety and the dangers that could lurk within seemingly normal communities. The long-term impact of Dean's crimes extended far beyond the immediate victims and their families. The Houston community struggled with collective trauma that manifested in changed behavior patterns, increased suspicion of strangers, and a loss of innocence that affected an entire generation of children and parents. The ripple effects of his crimes continued to influence community dynamics and family relationships for decades after his death. The forensic investigation of Dean's crimes also contributed to advances in criminal investigation techniques and victim identification methods. The challenges of identifying decomposed remains and reconstructing crimes that had occurred months or years earlier pushed investigators to develop new approaches that would benefit future cases. The systematic documentation of physical evidence and crime scene analysis became a model for handling complex serial crime investigations. The final body count from Dean Corll's killing spree officially reached 28 confirmed victims, making him one of the most prolific serial killers in American history at the time. However, investigators suspected that the actual number of victims was significantly higher, with estimates suggesting that he may have killed as many as 40 or more young men over his 3-year reign of terror. The true scope of his crimes may never be fully known, as many potential victims were never reported missing or were assumed to be runaways who would eventually return home. The legacy of Dean Corll's crimes continues to influence criminal justice policy and community safety practices today. His case is studied in law enforcement academies as an example of how serial killers can operate undetected for extended periods and the importance of recognizing patterns in missing person cases. The failures that allowed his crimes to continue have led to improvements in communication between jurisdictions and better resources for investigating cases involving missing or exploited children. The story of Dean Corll represents one of the darkest chapters in American criminal history, a reminder that evil can flourish in the most ordinary seeming circumstances when society fails to protect its most vulnerable members. His crimes shattered the illusion of safety that many communities had taken for granted and forced a reckoning with the reality that predators could operate with devastating effectiveness when the right conditions aligned. The boys and young men who died at Dean's hands were more than just statistics in a criminal case. They were sons, brothers, and friends whose lives were cut short by unimaginable cruelty. Their deaths serve as a permanent reminder of the price of complacency and the importance of vigilance in protecting those who cannot protect themselves. The Candyman's reign of terror ended in a moment of violence, but the scars he left on Houston and the broader American consciousness remain as testimony to the depths of human evil and the eternal need for justice. In the end, Dean Arnold Corll's story is not just about one man's descent into monstrous behavior, but about the conditions that allowed such descent to occur and the failures that enabled it to continue unchecked. His crimes serve as a cautionary tale about the dangers of assuming that evil announces itself clearly, and the importance of listening to the voices of those who might otherwise be overlooked or dismissed. The children of Houston paid the ultimate price for these failures, and their memory demands that such oversights never occur again. The final chapter of the Dean Corll story was written not in a courtroom or prison cell, but in a moment of violence that brought his reign of terror to an abrupt and permanent end. Justice, when it finally came, was swift and absolute, delivered by one of his own accomplices who had finally reached the limits of what even a damaged psyche could endure. The Candyman's last victim became his executioner, closing the circle of violence that had defined his adult life and ensuring that his capacity for evil died with him on that August night in 1973. The wounds that Dean Corll inflicted on his victims, their families, and the broader community would take decades to heal, if they ever fully healed at all. His crimes changed Houston forever, transforming a city that had prided itself on neighborly trust into one that understood all too well how monsters could hide behind the most innocent facades. The lesson of Dean Corll, that evil often wears a friendly face and offers what seems like kindness, remains as relevant today as it was 50 years ago, a permanent reminder that vigilance is the price of safety and that the protection of the innocent requires constant attention from every member of society. The Candyman is gone, but the darkness he represented lives on wherever adults who should protect children choose instead to exploit them, wherever communities fail to listen to the voices of the vulnerable, and wherever the pursuit of evil is abandoned in favor of comfortable assumptions about human nature. His story serves as both warning and call to action, demanding that future generations learn from the failures that enabled his crimes and commit themselves to ensuring that such horrors are never allowed to occur again. If you're still awake, let's move on to our final story. Story 5, The Kindly Killer, the Dennis Nilsen story. The stench of death clung to the London air like a malevolent spirit, seeping through the cracks of a seemingly ordinary flat in North London. What neighbors mistook for blocked drains was actually the putrid symphony of 15 decomposing bodies, meticulously dismembered and scattered throughout the home of Britain's most prolific serial killer. Dennis Andrew Nilsen didn't hunt his victims in dark alleyways or abandoned warehouses. He lured them with kindness, fed them home-cooked meals, offered them shelter from London's bitter streets, and then methodically strangled them while they slept. For 5 years, this mild-mannered civil servant transformed his modest apartments into charnel houses, where he would sit with corpses for days, talking to them, bathing them, and sleeping beside their rotting remains. This is the horrifying true story of the man who killed for company, dismembered for convenience, and nearly escaped justice because his neighbors couldn't distinguish between blocked sewage and human remains. The bitter Scottish winds howled across the coastal town of Fraserburgh on November 23, 1945, the day Dennis Andrew Nilsen drew his first breath. Born into a fractured family that would provide the twisted foundation for his future atrocities, Dennis entered a world already steeped in dysfunction and abandonment. His father, Olav Magnus Moe, was a Norwegian soldier whose presence in young Dennis's life would prove as fleeting as morning mist. The man vanished when Dennis was merely 4 years old, leaving behind a void that would fester and grow into something monstrous. Betty White, Dennis's mother, struggled to raise her children in the harsh economic climate of post-war Scotland. The family dynamics were poisonous from the start, with Dennis's grandfather, Andrew White, serving as the only stable male figure in his tumultuous childhood. The old man was a fisherman, weathered by years of battling the North Sea's treacherous waters, and he became Dennis's emotional anchor. When Andrew White died suddenly of a heart attack, 6-year-old Dennis was forced to view his grandfather's corpse during the wake, a traumatic experience that would plant the first seeds of his necrophilic obsessions. The sight of his beloved grandfather's lifeless body created a devastating psychological fracture within the child's developing mind. Death became intertwined with love, loss with intimacy, and the boundary between the living and the dead began to blur in ways that would prove catastrophic decades later. Dennis would later describe this moment as pivotal, claiming that seeing his grandfather's peaceful, silent form made him associate death with tranquility and control. As Dennis navigated his teenage years, his sexual identity began to crystallize alongside his growing fascination with death. Living in conservative 1960s Scotland, his homosexual desires were forced underground, creating a pressure cooker of shame, confusion, and repressed urges. He found himself drawn to images of dead soldiers, particularly those depicting handsome young men killed in battle. These fantasies merged the concepts of death, masculinity, and sexual desire into a toxic cocktail that would eventually fuel his killing spree. At 16, Dennis enlisted in the British Army, desperate to escape the suffocating atmosphere of his childhood home. He was stationed in various locations, including Aden, Cyprus, and Germany, where he served as a cook and butcher. The military training taught him valuable skills in food preparation and meat processing, knowledge that would later prove invaluable when he began dismembering his victims with clinical precision. During his military service, Dennis excelled at his duties, earning commendations for his work ethic and attention to detail. His superiors saw him as a model soldier, quiet, efficient, and reliable. However, the Army also provided Dennis with access to alcohol, which became his constant companion and eventual enabler. His drinking patterns established during military service would later play a crucial role in his killing methodology, as alcohol lowered his inhibitions and provided liquid courage for his murderous acts. The structured environment of military life kept his darker impulses in check, but the seeds of violence continued to germinate in the shadows of his psyche. After 11 years of military service, Dennis received an honorable discharge in 1972 and found himself adrift in civilian life. He secured a position with the London Metropolitan Police, a career choice that now seems grotesquely ironic given his future crimes. Working as a probationary constable, Dennis appeared to be channeling his need for order and control into legitimate law enforcement. His colleagues described him as competent but somewhat aloof, noting his tendency to remain socially isolated despite his professional competence. The police career lasted barely a year before Dennis's inability to conform to authority and his growing alcohol dependency led to his resignation. He drifted through various jobs, including stints as a security guard and interviewer for the Department of Health and Social Security. Each position provided him with skills that would later facilitate his crimes. The security work taught him about surveillance and building access, while his government job honed his ability to present a trustworthy, bureaucratic facade to potential victims. By 1975, Dennis had settled into his role as a civil servant, working as an executive officer for the Jobcentre Plus. His colleagues saw him as intelligent, articulate, and dedicated to helping unemployed individuals find work. This professional persona masked the growing darkness within, as Dennis began to fantasize more frequently about death and dominance. He rented a flat at 195 Melrose Avenue in North London, a location that would become the epicenter of unimaginable horror. The apartment at Melrose Avenue was Dennis's first opportunity to create a space entirely under his control. He decorated it modestly but comfortably, creating an environment that would seem welcoming to the vulnerable young men he planned to target. The flat featured a small kitchen where he would prepare meals for his victims, a living room where he would entertain them with alcohol and conversation, and a bedroom where he would commit his murders. During this period, Dennis's psychological state continued to deteriorate. His drinking increased substantially, and he began frequenting London's gay pubs and clubs, not seeking romantic connections but hunting for potential victims. He developed a specific type: young, attractive men who were homeless, unemployed, or otherwise marginalized by society. These individuals were perfect targets because their disappearances were less likely to trigger intensive police investigations. The transformation from fantasy to action began gradually. Dennis started bringing men home with increasing frequency, ostensibly for companionship and sexual encounters. However, these interactions were merely rehearsals for the horror that would follow. He was testing his ability to manipulate and control these vulnerable individuals, studying their behaviors and weaknesses like a scientist observing laboratory specimens. By late 1978, Dennis had refined his methodology and was psychologically prepared to cross the final threshold from fantasy to murder. The combination of his military training, police experience, civil service job, and carefully cultivated public persona created the perfect camouflage for his true nature. He had become society's ultimate predator: intelligent, organized, trusted, and virtually invisible. The stage was set for one of Britain's most horrific killing sprees. Dennis Nilsen had assembled all the psychological tools, practical skills, and environmental advantages necessary to begin his reign of terror. What would follow would shock a nation and forever change how law enforcement approached serial killer investigations. His childhood trauma, military training, failed career attempts, and growing psychological instability had created a perfect storm of factors that would soon unleash unprecedented horror upon London's most vulnerable population. The mild-mannered civil servant was about to become one of history's most prolific and disturbing serial killers, leaving a trail of dismembered bodies and shattered lives in his wake. As 1978 drew to a close, Dennis made his final preparations. The fantasies that had sustained him for years were no longer sufficient. The time for killing had arrived, and London's homeless and desperate young men had no idea that death was about to don the friendly face of a government bureaucrat offering hot meals and warm shelter from the cold streets. December 30th, 1978, marked the night when Dennis Nilsen's darkest fantasies finally materialized into grotesque reality. The date would forever be etched in criminal history as the beginning of a 5-year killing spree that would claim at least 15 lives and terrorize London's vulnerable population. On this bitter winter evening, as most of London celebrated the approaching New Year, Dennis was methodically planning his first murder with the cold calculation of a seasoned predator. Stephen Holmes, a 14-year-old Irish boy, had run away from home and found himself sleeping rough on London's unforgiving streets. Desperate for shelter from the December cold, he was an easy target for Dennis's carefully crafted facade of kindness and hospitality. The teenager had been drinking in a pub near Cricklewood when Dennis approached him with the offer that would seal his fate: a warm bed, hot food, and safety from the dangerous streets. Dennis led Stephen back to his flat at 195 Melrose Avenue, maintaining the performance of a good Samaritan helping a young man in distress. The apartment's warm interior provided a stark contrast to the freezing streets outside, and Stephen gratefully accepted Dennis's hospitality. They shared several drinks while Dennis prepared a meal, engaging in casual conversation that masked the murderous intentions brewing behind Dennis's calm exterior. As the evening progressed, Dennis plied Stephen with alcohol, carefully monitoring the teenager's increasing intoxication. This was part of his refined methodology. Alcohol would make his victims compliant and reduce their ability to resist when the moment of violence arrived. Dennis had learned during his military service that alcohol was an effective tool for control, and he now deployed this knowledge with lethal precision. When Stephen finally succumbed to exhaustion and alcohol, falling asleep on Dennis's sofa, the killer made his move. Using a necktie as a ligature, Dennis positioned himself behind the sleeping teenager and began the strangulation process. The act was deliberate and methodical, not driven by rage or passion, but by a cold desire for control and possession. As Stephen struggled briefly before losing consciousness permanently, Dennis experienced a euphoric sense of power unlike anything he had felt before. The actual moment of death was surprisingly anticlimactic compared to Dennis's elaborate fantasies. There was no dramatic struggle, no profound revelation, just the gradual cessation of life as Stephen's body went limp. However, the aftermath would prove far more psychologically significant than the murder itself. For the first time in his life, Dennis had complete control over another human being, and the sensation was intoxicating. What followed Stephen's murder revealed the true depths of Dennis's psychological disturbance. Rather than immediately disposing of the body, Dennis carried the corpse to his bed and spent the night sleeping beside it, treating the dead teenager as if he were a lover who had simply fallen into a deep slumber. This necrophilic behavior would become a consistent pattern throughout his killing career, demonstrating his complete inability to distinguish between life and death, love and murder. Over the following days, Dennis engaged in increasingly bizarre behavior with Stephen's corpse. He would undress the body, bathe it meticulously, and position it in various poses throughout the apartment. The dead teenager became Dennis's ideal companion, silent, compliant, and incapable of abandonment or rejection. This grotesque relationship lasted for several days before practical considerations forced Dennis to confront the reality of decomposition. The disposal of Stephen's body required Dennis to employ the butchery skills he had learned during his military service. Working with clinical detachment, he dismembered the corpse in his bathroom, using kitchen knives to separate limbs and organs with practiced efficiency. The process was methodical and organized, reflecting Dennis's compulsive need for order and control even in the midst of horrific acts. Dennis had prepared for this moment by purchasing garden supplies, ostensibly for legitimate landscaping purposes but actually for body disposal. He burned Stephen's remains on a bonfire in his garden, mixing the human bones with garbage to disguise their true nature. The neighbors assumed Dennis was simply disposing of household waste, never suspecting they were witnessing the cremation of a murder victim. The successful completion of his first murder provided Dennis with crucial learning experiences that would inform his subsequent crimes. He discovered that strangulation was his preferred killing method because it was quiet, required no weapons, and allowed him to maintain intimate physical contact with his victims during their final moments. The disposal process, while labor-intensive, was manageable and could be conducted without arousing suspicion from neighbors or authorities. More importantly, Dennis learned that he could compartmentalize his criminal activities while maintaining his normal public persona. The day after burning Stephen's remains, he reported to work at the job center as usual, displaying no visible signs of distress or guilt. This psychological dissociation would prove crucial to his ability to continue killing undetected for years. The psychological aftermath of Stephen's murder was profoundly significant for Dennis's future development as a serial killer. Rather than experiencing remorse or horror at his actions, he felt a sense of accomplishment and empowerment. The murder had satisfied psychological needs that had tormented him for years, providing the ultimate form of control and possession over another human being. However, the satisfaction was temporary. Within weeks of disposing of Stephen's body, Dennis began experiencing the psychological withdrawal symptoms that would drive him to kill again. The apartment felt empty and lifeless without his silent companion, and the memories of those few days with the corpse became an obsession that demanded repetition. Dennis began frequenting London's gay pubs with renewed purpose, now actively hunting for his next victim rather than simply fantasizing about potential murders. His approach became more refined and systematic as he learned to identify the most vulnerable targets: young men who were homeless, unemployed, or estranged from their families. These individuals were perfect victims because their disappearances were less likely to trigger intensive police investigations. The interval between Stephen's murder and Dennis's next killing was approximately 11 months, a relatively long cooling-off period that reflected his cautious approach to serial murder. During this time, he continued working as a civil servant while secretly refining his killing methodology and disposal techniques. He studied anatomy texts to improve his dismemberment skills and researched various methods of body disposal to minimize the risk of detection. By late 1979, Dennis had identified his next victim, Kenneth Ockenden, a 23-year-old Canadian tourist who was visiting London alone. Kenneth's status as a foreign visitor made him an ideal target, as his disappearance would be attributed to his return to Canada rather than foul play. The murder would follow the same pattern as Stephen's killing, but with improved efficiency based on Dennis's accumulated experience. The success of his first murder had transformed Dennis from a fantasizing potential killer into an active serial predator. The psychological barriers that had previously constrained his violent impulses had been permanently breached, and there was no longer any internal mechanism capable of preventing future murders. The mild-mannered civil servant had discovered his true calling as a methodical killer who could satisfy his psychological needs through the systematic murder and possession of vulnerable young men. As 1979 progressed, Dennis's confidence grew alongside his expertise in murder and body disposal. He had proven to himself that he could kill without detection, dispose of bodies without discovery, and maintain his public facade without arousing suspicion. These realizations would prove catastrophic for London's vulnerable population, as Dennis prepared to accelerate his killing schedule and claim many more victims in the years ahead. The transformation was complete. Dennis Nilsen had evolved from a troubled civil servant with violent fantasies into Britain's most prolific serial killer, and his reign of terror was only just beginning. The year 1979 marked Dennis Nilsen's transformation from a tentative first-time killer into a coldly efficient killing machine. Having successfully murdered and disposed of Stephen Holmes without detection, Dennis had crossed the psychological Rubicon from fantasy to reality. The 11-month interval between his first and second murders served as an incubation period during which he refined his methodology, perfected his disposal techniques, and systematically hunted for his next victim. Kenneth Ockenden became Dennis's second victim on December 3, 1979, almost exactly 1 year after Stephen's murder. The 23-year-old Canadian tourist had arrived in London seeking adventure and cultural experiences, but instead found himself in the crosshairs of Britain's most methodical serial killer. Kenneth's status as a foreign visitor made him particularly attractive to Dennis, as his eventual disappearance would likely be attributed to his return to Canada rather than foul play. Dennis encountered Kenneth in a central London pub, where the young Canadian was drinking alone and appeared somewhat disoriented by the city's complexity. Deploying his well-practiced facade of helpful friendliness, Dennis approached Kenneth with offers of local guidance and hospitality. The Canadian, grateful for what appeared to be genuine kindness from a local resident, readily accepted Dennis's invitation to continue their evening at his North London flat. The journey to Melrose Avenue followed Dennis's established pattern: casual conversation designed to assess the victim's vulnerability, gradual introduction of alcohol to reduce resistance, and careful observation of the victim's social connections to ensure minimal risk of immediate discovery. Kenneth proved to be an ideal target, revealing that he was traveling alone, had no fixed itinerary, and had informed no one of his specific plans for that evening. Back at the flat, Dennis prepared an elaborate meal for Kenneth, demonstrating the domestic skills that formed a crucial component of his killing methodology. The home-cooked food and warm hospitality created an atmosphere of safety and comfort that completely disarmed Kenneth's natural defenses. As they shared dinner and conversation, Kenneth had no way of knowing he was consuming his final meal in the company of his future murderer. Dennis had refined his alcohol administration techniques since Stephen's murder, learning to gauge precisely how much liquor was required to incapacitate his victims without causing them to vomit or lose consciousness prematurely. He needed his victims to be compliant but not completely insensible, as he derived psychological satisfaction from the brief moments of awareness and terror that preceded death. As Kenneth's intoxication deepened, Dennis began the careful psychological manipulation that preceded his murders. He would engage in increasingly intimate conversation, gradually breaking down his victims' psychological barriers while simultaneously positioning himself for the physical attack to come. This process satisfied Dennis's need for emotional intimacy while setting the stage for the ultimate act of control: murder. When Kenneth finally succumbed to exhaustion and alcohol, Dennis struck with the methodical precision of a practiced killer. The strangulation was swift and efficient, executed with the necktie technique he had perfected during Stephen's murder. Kenneth's death throes were brief and relatively quiet, allowing Dennis to maintain the careful sound control necessary to avoid alerting his neighbors to the ongoing atrocity. The psychological aftermath of Kenneth's murder revealed the full extent of Dennis's necrophilic obsessions. He carried the corpse to his bedroom and spent the next several days treating it as a silent companion, engaging in conversations with the dead body and maintaining elaborate fantasies about their relationship. This behavior demonstrated Dennis's complete inability to distinguish between life and death, love and murder, companionship and possession. Dennis's post-murder rituals became increasingly elaborate with Kenneth's death. He would bathe the corpse daily, dress it in different clothing, and position it in various poses throughout the apartment. The dead Canadian became Dennis's ideal lover: attractive, silent, and incapable of rejection or abandonment. This grotesque relationship satisfied psychological needs that Dennis had never been able to fulfill through interactions with living people. The disposal of Kenneth's body followed the same methodical approach Dennis had developed with Stephen, but with improved efficiency based on his growing expertise. The dismemberment process was conducted with clinical detachment in the bathroom, using sharp kitchen knives to separate limbs and organs with minimal mess or evidence. Dennis had learned to approach this grisly task as a practical necessity rather than an emotional trauma. The burning of Kenneth's remains on Dennis's garden bonfire was conducted with characteristic attention to detail. He mixed the human bones with household garbage and garden waste to disguise their true nature, ensuring that the flames would completely consume any identifiable remains. The neighbors, if they noticed the fire at all, assumed Dennis was simply conducting routine garden maintenance. Kenneth's disappearance generated minimal police interest, exactly as Dennis had anticipated. The young Canadian's status as a tourist meant that authorities assumed he had either returned to Canada or traveled elsewhere in Europe. No missing person report was filed, and no investigation was launched into his whereabouts. From Dennis's perspective, the murder had been executed flawlessly. The success of Kenneth's murder provided Dennis with crucial psychological validation for his killing methodology. He had proven that he could select appropriate victims, execute murders without detection, dispose of bodies without discovery, and maintain his public facade without arousing suspicion. These skills would prove invaluable as he prepared to accelerate his killing schedule dramatically. The psychological withdrawal symptoms that followed Kenneth's disposal were more intense than those Dennis had experienced after Stephen's murder. The periods of companionship with the corpses had become psychologically addictive, and Dennis found himself craving the unique satisfaction they provided. His fantasies became more elaborate and frequent, focusing obsessively on the prospect of acquiring new victims for his growing collection. During early 1980, Dennis's hunting behavior became more systematic and aggressive. He established regular patterns of pub visitation, carefully studying the habits and vulnerabilities of potential victims. His approach became increasingly sophisticated, as he learned to identify the behavioral markers that indicated severe social isolation and minimal family connections. Martin Duffy became Dennis's third victim in May 1980, a 16-year-old catering student who had traveled to London seeking employment opportunities. The teenager's youth and naivety made him particularly vulnerable to Dennis's practiced manipulation techniques. Their encounter followed the established pattern: pub meeting, invitation to dinner, alcohol administration, and finally strangulation in Dennis's flat. Malcolm Barlow's murder in September 1980 marked a significant escalation in Dennis's confidence and killing frequency. The 24-year-old unemployed man became Dennis's fourth confirmed victim, and his death demonstrated Dennis's growing ability to identify and exploit the vulnerabilities of London's marginalized population. By the end of 1980, Dennis had established himself as one of Britain's most active serial killers, though his crimes remained completely undetected by law enforcement. His ability to select appropriate victims, execute murders efficiently, and dispose of bodies without leaving evidence had reached a level of expertise that allowed him to kill with virtual impunity. The psychological evolution Dennis underwent during this period was profound and disturbing. He had transformed from a man tormented by violent fantasies into a coldly efficient predator who could compartmentalize his crimes while maintaining a completely normal public persona. His colleagues at the job center continued to regard him as a dedicated civil servant, while his neighbors saw him as a quiet, responsible tenant who kept to himself. The flat at Melrose Avenue had become a sophisticated killing ground, equipped with all the tools and facilities necessary for efficient murder and body disposal. Dennis had perfected every aspect of his methodology, from victim selection to corpse disposal, creating a systematic approach to serial murder that would allow him to claim many more lives in the years ahead. As 1981 approached, Dennis was psychologically prepared to enter the most prolific phase of his killing career. The techniques he had developed and refined over 2 years of murder were about to be deployed on an unprecedented scale. As Dennis prepared to accelerate his killing schedule and claim multiple victims within increasingly compressed timeframes. The year 1981 marked the apex of Dennis Nilsen's killing career and the beginning of his inevitable downfall. What had started as carefully spaced murders with lengthy cooling-off periods began to accelerate into a frenzied harvest of death that would ultimately expose his horrific crimes to the world. The flat at 195 Melrose Avenue had become a charnel house where the boundaries between life and death, sanity and madness, had completely disintegrated. During this period, Dennis's psychological state underwent a dramatic deterioration that would prove to be both his greatest strength and his ultimate weakness as a serial killer. The prolonged isolation with corpses, combined with his escalating alcohol consumption, had created a dissociative mental state that allowed him to commit increasingly brutal murders while simultaneously making him more careless about concealing his crimes. The victims during this accelerated killing phase represented a cross-section of London's most vulnerable population: homeless youth, unemployed men, foreign tourists, and individuals struggling with substance abuse. Each murder followed Dennis's established methodology: but the shortened intervals between killings created logistical challenges that would eventually lead to his capture. The flat's limited space meant that Dennis was often forced to dismember and dispose of bodies while simultaneously housing new victims, creating a grotesque assembly line of death. John Howlett became one of Dennis's most tragic victims during this period, a 23-year-old man whose life was ended with the same methodical precision that Dennis had perfected over his 3-year killing career. The murder followed the familiar pattern: pub encounter, dinner invitation, alcohol administration, and strangulation. However, the psychological dynamics of this killing revealed the extent to which Dennis's mental state had deteriorated. Dennis had begun to experience what psychiatrists would later identify as dissociative episodes during his murders, periods where he felt psychologically detached from his actions while simultaneously experiencing intense emotional satisfaction from the control and possession the killings provided. These episodes allowed him to commit increasingly brutal acts while maintaining his public facade as a mild-mannered civil servant. The disposal process for Dennis's later victims became increasingly elaborate and disturbing. He had developed a systematic approach to corpse preparation that involved extensive cleaning, positioning, and interaction with the bodies before dismemberment. These rituals satisfied his necrophilic obsessions while providing the psychological intimacy he craved but could never achieve with living partners. The flat's garden bonfire became a regular feature of Dennis's killing methodology, with neighbors growing accustomed to the frequent fires that burned throughout the night. The smell of burning flesh, when noticed at all, was attributed to Dennis's disposal of kitchen waste or garden refuse. The perfect camouflage of suburban normalcy allowed him to cremate his victims' remains without arousing the slightest suspicion. However, the accelerated killing schedule began to create practical problems that would eventually expose Dennis's crimes. The flat's limited storage space meant that he was often forced to keep multiple corpses in various stages of decomposition simultaneously. The bathtub, closets, and even the space under the floorboards became repositories for human remains as Dennis struggled to manage his growing collection of bodies. By 1982, Dennis had been forced to relocate from Melrose Avenue to a new flat at 23 Cranley Gardens, Muswell Hill. The move was necessitated by his landlord's decision to renovate the property, a development that created significant logistical challenges for Dennis's ongoing criminal activities. The transition required him to dispose of multiple corpses while simultaneously maintaining his public facade and preparing for the relocation. The new flat at Cranley Gardens was smaller and less isolated than his previous residence, factors that would ultimately prove crucial to his capture. The building was divided into multiple units with shared utilities, meaning that Dennis's activities were subject to greater scrutiny from neighbors and building maintenance personnel. Additionally, the flat lacked the private garden that had allowed him to dispose of bodies through cremation. The changed circumstances at Cranley Gardens forced Dennis to modify his disposal methodology in ways that would prove catastrophic. Unable to burn bodies in a private garden, he began dismembering corpses and attempting to flush the remains down the building's toilet system. This improvised disposal method created immediate problems with the building's plumbing and would ultimately lead to his detection and arrest. The psychological pressure of maintaining his killing schedule while adapting to the new living arrangements began to take a severe toll on Dennis's mental state. His alcohol consumption increased dramatically as he struggled to cope with the logistical challenges of serial murder in a more restrictive environment. The dissociative episodes that had previously provided him with psychological protection during his crimes began to occur more frequently and last for longer periods. Michael Sinclair became one of Dennis's final victims at Cranley Gardens, a 20-year-old man whose murder demonstrated both Dennis's continued expertise and his growing recklessness. The killing followed the established pattern, but the disposal process revealed the extent to which Dennis's circumstances had deteriorated. Unable to burn the body, Dennis was forced to dismember it in the small bathroom and attempt to dispose of the remains through the building's plumbing system. The building's other residents began to complain about persistent plumbing problems and foul odors emanating from the sewage system. The building's management company contracted with Dino-Rod, a professional drain cleaning service, to investigate and resolve the recurring blockages. This decision would prove to be the beginning of the end for Dennis's killing career. On February 8, 1983, Michael Catran, a Dino-Rod employee, was called to investigate severe blockages in the building's sewage system. Working outside the property, he began the process of clearing the drains when he discovered what appeared to be flesh and bone fragments clogging the pipes. The discovery was so disturbing that Catran immediately contacted his supervisor and suggested that police should be notified. The initial police response was skeptical, as officers assumed the organic material was probably food waste or animal remains. However, a closer examination by forensic specialists revealed that the fragments were unmistakably human tissue, including what appeared to be finger bones and muscle tissue. This discovery triggered a full-scale criminal investigation that would soon expose the full extent of Dennis's crimes. Detective Chief Inspector Peter J. of the Hornsey Criminal Investigation Department took charge of the investigation, immediately recognizing that the discovery of human remains in the building's sewage system suggested the possibility of murder. The investigation team began interviewing all residents of the building, starting with those whose flats had direct access to the affected plumbing systems. Dennis's initial interview with police demonstrated both his intelligence and his fatal overconfidence. He maintained a calm, cooperative demeanor while providing explanations for the human remains that were both implausible and easily disproven through forensic analysis. His claim that the remains belonged to animals or were the result of medical waste disposal was quickly contradicted by expert examination. The search of Dennis's flat at Cranley Gardens revealed evidence that shocked even experienced homicide investigators. The small bathroom contained obvious signs of recent dismemberment activities, including bloodstains, bone fragments, and the tools Dennis had used for corpse preparation. More horrifying was the discovery of additional human remains stored throughout the flat, including heads and torsos that Dennis had been unable to dispose of through the plumbing system. The arrest of Dennis Nilsen on February 9, 1983, marked the end of one of Britain's most horrific serial killing sprees. His initial confession to police was delivered with the same methodical precision that had characterized his murders, as he provided detailed accounts of his victims, his killing methods, and his disposal techniques. The calm, matter-of-fact manner in which he described these atrocities demonstrated the complete absence of remorse or emotional connection to his crimes. The investigation that followed Dennis's arrest revealed the full scope of his criminal activities. Police excavations at his former residence on Melrose Avenue uncovered additional human remains and bone fragments that had survived his cremation attempts. The evidence suggested that Dennis had murdered at least 15 individuals over a 5-year period, making him one of Britain's most prolific serial killers. The trial of Dennis Nilsen became a media sensation that captivated the British public and international observers. The detailed testimony about his crimes provided unprecedented insights into the mind of a serial killer, while simultaneously horrifying audiences with the methodical nature of his murders and the grotesque rituals he had performed with his victims' corpses. On November 4, 1983, Dennis Nilsen was convicted of 6 counts of murder and 2 counts of attempted murder. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with a recommendation that he serve a minimum of 25 years. The judge's sentencing remarks emphasized the exceptional cruelty and premeditation that had characterized Dennis's crimes, noting that his actions represented a complete abandonment of human decency and compassion. Dennis spent the remainder of his life in various British prisons, where he became the subject of extensive psychological study and analysis. His willingness to discuss his crimes in detail provided researchers with valuable insights into the development and methodology of serial killers, though his accounts were often contradictory and self-serving. The case of Dennis Nilsen fundamentally changed British law enforcement's approach to investigating serial crimes and missing persons cases. The realization that a single individual had been able to murder 15 people over 5 years without detection led to significant reforms in police procedures and interagency communication protocols. Dennis Andrew Nilsen died in prison on May 12, 2018, at the age of 72, having served 34 years of his life sentence. His death marked the end of a life that had been defined by unimaginable cruelty and the systematic destruction of human life. The families of his victims, many of whom had spent decades seeking closure, finally found some measure of peace in knowing that their loved one's killer would never again threaten innocent lives. The legacy of Dennis Nilsen's crimes continues to resonate in British criminal justice and popular culture, serving as a reminder of the capacity for evil that can lurk behind the most ordinary facades. His story remains one of the most disturbing chapters in the annals of criminal history, a testament to the depths of human depravity and the devastating consequences when society's most vulnerable members fall prey to those who see them not as human beings, but as objects to be possessed, controlled, and ultimately destroyed. Thank you for watching and joining us as we explored these chilling and mysterious stories. If you enjoyed the journey, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with others who love a good mystery. Also, let us know where you're watching from. I'd love to hear where in the world you're tuning in. We appreciate you being part of this, and we'll see you next time for more gripping stories. Stay safe, stay curious, and keep unraveling the unknown.